English channel check.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Bonjour.
Good morning,
Soyez les
everybody.
bienvenus.
Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues from many different countries. Good to see you for this final webinar of our training program of the year 2022 on big data for labor market intelligence. I hope you can hear me well. Yes?
Yes, Eduarda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Erika. So today we have a very interesting agenda, I think, in which contains a good part of the important and challenging questions that have been addressed by and asked by participants several times during our program of this year. So we hope that the discussion will be useful for all sides and will also contribute to improve the papers towards their more advanced and final version. So today we have our colleagues from Ukraine. Maybe colleagues from Ukraine, do you want to show yourselves? We have Volodymyr, Alla. Who else? Two Volodymyrs, Alla. We have participants from Georgia. Georgi is here with us today. We also have Sergey, a very important journalist, I would say, from Ukraine. So we have then our colleagues from North Macedonia, notably Dimitar, who is a permanent participant, very interested and active. Thank you very much for being here and for joining always with good questions. And
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Then we have then colleagues from Italy, naturally, notably the experts team. Then we have from the African continent a good number of participants, and it's really a pleasure to see you all. Let us start from the south. So we have South Africa. Simfiwe is with us for the presentation of the South African case, so the PSET Cloud platform. We have then a little bit higher, let's say, northeast, we have several participants from Kenya, Karibu. Notably, we have William Odhiambo. Thank you so much, William, for being here. And we have several participants also from the labor market institutions, Kenya. In principle, we should also have the participants from Sierra Leone and Cameroon also. So let us go back then to Eastern Europe. So I missed a very, very important participant, and I'm sorry. So Masuma Mamedova from Azerbaijan. Masuma is a member of this network from the very first day. So Masuma, always a pleasure to see you. And thanks for bringing also your colleagues and for spreading the word about big data for labor market intelligence in your country. Thank you. Always a very big pleasure to have you. Okay. Then we go back to Africa and we have a very good number of participants from Egypt. So, and Egyptian participants have also been very active, asking very relevant questions. And those questions have been quite really relevant for some of the discussions and clarifications. Okay, participants are joining, and more people from Eastern Europe, let's say, from Caucasus. And I would like to greet, of course, our discussant for today, Egine Manasyan from Armenia. Thank you very much, Egine, for being a permanent, assiduous participant contributor. And let me then more or less conclude this tour. I see that we also have participants from Vietnam. We have also participants from Vietnam. And I don't know, maybe if I missed a country, would you like please to raise your hand and let us know your country? So if I did not mention your country, one or more participants, please correct me and name your country if you would like. Okay. So let us then start our presentations, and as always, I'll share my screen, and this time it will be a very, very short presentation. And today we do not have a poll in the morning, so we wanted simply to save time and to go immediately into the main subjects. So as said, this is the final webinar, the 6th webinar. I think we have done an excellent parcours journey from the 2nd of November, so just a bit more than a month ago. So we had 5 webinars in just 1 month, the month of November. So again, thank you all for your participation and assiduity, despite some issues in some countries, including with electricity and connectivity. So our agenda is, I think, a very strong one, as always, but today it's particularly important. So we will then discuss in two ways and in two sessions this very important topic that you have been interested in and expressing interest about it. The question and issue, the challenge also of linking online job vacancy data or big data with labor market statistics, conventional statistics. So this is the subject of a paper that is going to be presented immediately in session 8 of this module 2. And Francesco Trentini, who we already know him, he has done a presentation in 3 webinars before on landscaping. So Francesco is going to, speaking on behalf also of Mario Mezzanzanica as main author of the paper, is going to explore and to lead us into this, into the elements of this methodological framework more than an approach. Many of you have received the draft document for comments. And then in the session right after, Fabio Mercorio, and we already know Fabio, we had him speaking and illuminating, let's say, our knowledge and paths and thinking about artificial intelligence, machine learning for labor market intelligence. So he is going also to present this new second paper on supply side analysis, broadly speaking, data sources, analytical framework, and some issues as well as perspectives. So Fabio will then introduce this new, let's say, dimension of analysis, linking always with, let's say, big data. There are some issues he's going to highlight them also very well, but also some perspectives. Then we have a session entirely dedicated to discussion, and we have discussants of the papers. So we have at least 2 discussants, and maybe the third one can confirm if he will do give this contribution as well. So the discussants are Mrs. Egine Manassian, as I already said, from Armenia. I will then briefly introduce the discussants. Then we have Mr. Volodymyr Sarioglu from Ukraine, also very experienced and acknowledged expert in the domain of statistics and other aspects of analytical use of data. So, and we should have also a third discussant, but I'm not so sure if Simfiwe, who had been foreseen also for this role, would be available to do a brief presentation of his main views and critical observations on one of the papers. Simfiwe, you will let us know. We are quite flexible, of course.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
should be able to.
Oh, thank you so much, Simfiwe. So Simfiwe today will give 2 very important contributions to this webinar. So thank you very much indeed. Then we have a short session, and you might remember that last time in the previous webinar, we had a space for presentations by some of our participants on the use of dashboards for analytical purposes. One of the participants who had prepared a response will be presenting very short, just 15 minutes, his response to that homework. So the use of dashboards, in this case, it is Kenya. So William Odiambo is going to tell us his views, his analysis out of the dashboard. So using the new dashboard, Kenya online job vacancy, and so providing an overview on the Kenyan labor market based on a tentative comparison of some data from the dashboard with data, well, then more conventional data from the Kenyan labor market information system. Thanks in advance for this presentation, William. We have then a space for a case, and it is South Africa. Again, our colleague Simfiwe Ntuli is presenting the PSET Cloud. It's an innovative and cooperative to data interoperability for better decisions in the worlds of education and work. So it's a very interesting project with quite advanced results. We will be pleased to listen to your presentation and demonstration as well. And finally, we have, let's say, really a very important session as last substantive session, and we are really pleased that the colleague from Eurostat has managed to join us. It was not confirmed because of the very busy periods of the year. So Mr. Fernando Reis, who is, let's say, the initiator and very active and committed expert of Eurostat working on trusted smart statistics, is going to share with us an updated overview on developments and new research towards the use of big data in official statistics and the Web Intelligence Hub. So Mr. Fernando Reis will join a bit later our webinar, and then we have a very short space for wrap-up, conclusions, and closure of the program. I'm not going into detail at all with this scheme of our two modules. I just always remind that we have organized this training program in two modules. The first one, technical training, is complete. We have covered all the topics. The second one on dissemination and analysis is today's, finishes today with this sixth webinar. And in red, I simply highlighted the very important topics we have on the agenda today. As always, we naturally remind you all that you can, of course, use the chat box to write your comments, your critical remarks and questions. So again, I'm here just listing the experts involved today in the presentations and the discussants. So we will start with Francesco Trentini from CRISP. Then Fabio Mercorio from CRISP also is following on the supply side analysis. We have then William Odhiambo from Kenya, as mentioned. We have then the discussants, notably Egine Manassian, Volodymyr Sarioglu, and Simfiwe Ntuli. We have then to complete further the presentation done again by Simfiwe, very hardworking participant today, 2 sessions. And finally, we have Fernando Reis from Eurostat. So this is a list quite impressive, let's say, of knowledge, experience, and expertise that we have together in our webinar, discussing and exploring these important topics. As always, please, colleagues, I always remind that you can visit the training webpage, and in which you will find all the presentations, including the 2 presentations of today, sessions 8 and 9, and then other presentations will also be shared on this webpage. So also information on other results, methodological outputs of the project are available on this webpage. And naturally, for those who want to recap, to review some of the topics, some of the technical sessions that might be a little bit more complex, can always have access through the YouTube channel to all the training videos from our webinars of this project. So over 36 videos now already accessible in different languages. Please also, another plea, as always, a call for your interest and curiosity, visit the country online job vacancy dashboards. This is the information on the databases underpinning the dashboards. As you can see, all the 5 countries have now we have already collected, deduplicated an impressive amount of online job advertisements. So it's a very strong, let's say, source of information, naturally to be handled with the necessary care, because this is not conventional statistical data. And if you want to visit the dashboards, as always, we recall that we have that you have access to all these dashboards. You can navigate, you can interact, you can query, and here are the credentials for your access, easy access. Let me then also just very briefly, quickly remind that this 2022 training program on big data for labor market intelligence had a lot of new elements, aspects, and topics. First of all, it gave a wider and deeper coverage of the methodology and techniques applied in the data production system, in the analysis, in the classification of online job vacancies, online job advertisements. This was a new depth of knowledge and experience that was shared in these 6 webinars. Then we had practical demonstrations, and you can exactly go back to the videos and review, recap all of them. Practical demonstrations on dashboards, the classified data, variables, new angles of analysis, such as green skills, also remote work. We had practical demonstration on data classification. How is it done of online job advertisements? Also demonstration on data visualization, the use, for example, of Tableau. We had very substantive sessions exactly on all these technical elements. Access to data from the databases as well. So Simone Perego, and of course Mauro Pelucchi, as well as Anna Gatti, have really shared with us very concrete exercises, concrete procedures and steps, and everything is recorded and you can again learn. We had also, and we will distribute actually a list of all the tools, platforms, software that were presented and that are used in practice in our project that allow, for example, the handling of these key functions: databases, data processing, natural language processing, data visualization, and data science. So all this set of softwares, we have now a table with the main characteristics of all of them, so that you can also use, and most of them are free, so you can use and master them in practice. Besides, also new, we had country cases on labor market intelligence systems. We had peer learning, Mauritius and Egypt, and today, South Africa. We had also an in-depth and deeper, let's say, view on the use on artificial intelligence and machine learning in application for labor market intelligence, theoretical aspects, conceptual, theoretical, and also a number of application cases, examples. New topics, so the 2 papers discussed today on online job vacancy data and labor market statistics, what we are calling a 3C framework: correct, compare, combine, and then the supply side analysis. So this is really new topics and new papers for reflection. Then we have also a step forward in respect to understanding what is the concrete state of play of Trusted Smart Statistics, the Eurostat project. And also we had homework and presentations from participants. Instead of 3 webinars, we had 6 webinars, all in one single program this year. So I think this year the program was wider, deeper, and with a number of novelties in terms of the topics covered. Then the experts in this final webinar, I will present them as they will be invited. Since we already know and are acquainted with Francesco Trentini, I will not do a brief presentation. Also, the same Fabio Mercorio was already introduced, so I will only introduce the other experts as they come in. And I immediately stop sharing and invite then Francesco for this presentation of the first paper. Francesco, many thanks for the work done and for also taking into account the comments, etc. We are really very interested in listening to you, and then we will have the discussion a bit later. Thank you, Francesco. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Eduarda. Good morning, everyone. So thank you for the introduction. So as Eduarda already said, today I'm going to speak on behalf of Mario Metanzanica, who unfortunately could not make it to be here. And I will be joined by Professor Emilio Colombo, who's online with us, a colleague that also participated and with whom we co-authored the paper. Indeed, Emilio will start to present the work that we have done. And so we will have a two-speaker presentation in order to cover the whole paper. So Emilio, if you wish to start.
Good morning, everybody. So let me start by sharing my screen so that I can show you what we have done. In our presentation, we are going to introduce the kind of methodological work that we have done on online job advertisement. So first, I'm going to briefly talk about what do these data represent. Then I'm going to discuss the relationship that these data has with other labor market variables. Thirdly, I'm going to introduce the concept of prediction. So to what extent those variables, those data is able to predict other labor market variable. And then this is going to be the part that Francesco will present. We are going to discuss about the link between big data and the traditional survey data, and present an application which is called PEAC to ESCO. And this application allows to perform an analysis on skill gaps in Europe. And then we're going to conclude. So let me first define the issue. Now, we have been working a lot with online job advertisement. And those are advertisements that are put on website on the labor market. This is a new type of data, but it is also a different type of data. Not only because it is actually, it is technically different to extract it, but also because, it is different from two major perspectives. First, it is an advertisement of a vacancy. So it is not a field vacancy. And under this point of view, it actually differs from the measurement that we have on vacancies, okay? Secondly, it is data which is collected from the web. Therefore, we don't have we don't have a survey sampling that allows us to define to define the kind of a degree of representativeness of the data. Okay, because when you survey when you set up a survey, you typically make a sampling design. So you design the survey in order to be representative. Here, we simply collect what we find on the web, and therefore we need to make sense of it and try to build a bridge between what we are observing and the structure of the labor market which is underlying. okay? So this means that first we need to define what we observe. Second, if we want to compare our data with something else, we need to select the benchmark, okay? And thirdly, we need to find a way to compare OGA with the benchmark itself, okay? The first element is also related to making sense of what we observe. We observe some large number of online job advertisements, but we don't know whether they are representative of the universe of online job advertisement. They are going to be a sample of it. And because this sample has not been designed, but is simply observed, we don't know whether this sample is a sample which is the correct representation of the potential universe of the online job advertisement. So this is one of the classical issues in statistics, that you want to know what is the true population of the online job advertisement, which is actually non-observable. Okay, we just observe a part of it. So we investigated different approaches to tackle with this issue. We actually selected 2 of them, and we made different analysis. First is we looked at capture-recapture models. Those are models that rely on the fact that the kind of identification relies on the fact that ads are actually posted on different websites. So it's like observing the same ad several times. Okay, this is an approach that is typically used in biology, or in where you infer the population from observing animals or bacteria, repeatedly over time. Okay. Second, we used multi-level modeling, which is actually a statistical approach that allows to model individual response as a function of different covariates. These 2 models, in a different way, they allow us to modify what we observe in order to make the sample that we are observing representative of the sample of the unobserved sample of the online job advertisement. This is to correct the possible bias that we have by selecting some websites and not others, not being able to download vacancies for other variable websites and these sort of things. Having done that, we have a variable that measure online job advertisement. Now, this variable, in order to understand what kind of insights the variable can provide, should be compared with other variables in the labor market. So the question is, which variable in the labor market is actually the closest to the concept of online job advertisement? We identified 3 possible variables. One is, in a sense, the most natural one, which is the job vacancy statistics. It is actually the closest definition to online job advertisement. We know that it is a representative of the vacancy, because it's statistics derived from a survey, so it is designed to be representative. And actually, it also allows for a sectoral dimension. There is a problem, though, and the problem is that job vacancy statistics is constructed from a survey, and the survey is at firm level data, and often it has a very small sample size. And this means that it is available only at national level, so it doesn't allow a level of granularity which is below, subnational, such as regional, for example. And most importantly, it does not contain any information about the distribution of occupation, only on sector. While, for vacancies, the occupation dimension is crucial. In several countries, actually, it is only performed, the vacancy statistics is measured only on firms which are larger than 10, have more than 10 employees, which also biased in a sense the sample, because we know that, for example, in Europe, as in most of the countries, most of firms are actually smaller than 10 employees. And finally, there is also a methodological aspect, because the vacancy statistics measure the stock of vacancies, because what is asked to firms is what vacancies they have open in that specific moment, while we measure the flow of vacancies. So the flows have to be reconciled with the stock. So we looked at the second variable, which is derived from the LFS, which is by far the most detailed and granular survey available in the labor market, in the European labor market. It is standardized, so this helps a lot, but has some problems as well. First, you know it very well, labor force survey is a supply side variable, while online job advertisement are a demand side variable. Now, it is aimed to measure the stock of employment, so not the vacancies, but in principle, it is possible to add a proxy for the vacancy, because if we can restrict the analysis to the changes, to the job changes that occurred in the last 3 months, we get a measure that is a good proxy of the vacancies that are posted. And finally, we looked at also the administrative data. This is by far the most promising type of data available, because it actually allows a level of granularity which is very close to the granularity of online job advertisement. The problem is that it is not available across countries, and it is actually, administrative data is also not standardized. So this makes cross-country comparison difficult using this kind of data. Now, let me briefly talk about the representativeness of online job advertisement, at least with respect to other variables, and the predictive ability. Now, if online job advertisement represent a phenomena of the labor market, and they can be a possible biased description of it, then we can correct these variables in order to be compared with the benchmark variables. This is typically done through post-ratification. Okay, basically you simply re-weight the population of online job advertisement with weights that are obtained from the population of interest, or for the benchmark. So, for example, this is what we have done. By in the statistical analysis that we have performed for Eurostat. The blue bars are the observed variables. The N bars are the predictions of the variable. The black bars are the observed variables of the LFS. And the green bars is what we observe after post-ratification. Okay, so clearly post-ratification simply delivers, okay, a distribution that mimics the distribution of the benchmark variable, and this allows some kind of comparison between what we observe in the vacancies in the online and the distribution of vacancies in the labor market as proxied by the labor force survey, for example. Finally, about prediction. Now, this is probably one of the most relevant issue. That is, even if online job advertisements are actually a biased descriptor of any or of an interest of a phenomenon in the labor market that is of interest, they can still be a good predictor of some key variables. You don't need for a variable to have a high predictive ability to be a representative. Okay, you just need the variable to be a good predictor. And this prediction can occur both in sample, okay, and also out of sample, okay. So, and here we should look at the fit or the root mean square error. And this is true both at cross-sectional and at time series level, okay. So let me just show you two simple graphs. So no statistical analysis. We have done that, but I think this is informative enough. This is Italy, and this is the comparison between the vacancy rate, which is the red line. This is simply the vacancy rate. So this is not the number of vacancies, because this is what we can obtain for Eurostat, and the online job advertisement, okay? And you see that there is a very strong link between the two variables. If you perform a statistical analysis, you would see that actually online job advertisement predict the vacancy rate, okay? This graph is similar. We looked at the LFS data, the 3 months posted, the job change in the previous 3 months lagged, okay, because we need to match the lag of the online job advertisement with online job advertisement. And again, even also in this case, you see that online job advertisement actually do predict the LFS data. So what I've shown you is their predictive ability on a time series domain, but with this same analysis can be performed also on cross-section using panel data technique, whatever you want, okay? So these simple examples show the potential use in statistical analysis of this type of data that have been very granular. They can be related to several variables in the labor market, both at local level and at national level, providing more detailed description of the kind of occupational structure and of the skill features. Okay, now I pass the ball to Francesco, who is going to present us an application of the application that I just described.
Okay. So sorry, I had some troubles with the internet connection that went down. Can you hear me? Can you?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
I just finished my part. So.
Oh, great. Okay. Sorry for that. So I'm going to share the screen, the presentation, and start from where Emilio left. So. Okay. So, well, so sorry for this short issue. So after seeing the relationship, so the comparison, combination, and correction of of online job ads data compared to traditional survey statistics. What we are going to delve into now is the use of official traditional statistics in combination with labor market intelligence information and labor market intelligence data. So there are two possible uses of this information together. On the one side, we can use labor market intelligence data to enrich existing official statistics, and on the other side, to make also to complement existing data sets. So what we have seen above is a comparison. So actually goes in the direction of a complementarity of information that can be presented. While now we also go into in detail with the enrichment. So considering enrichment, AI method can be used using web data, can simplify complex tasks and support human experts. So we can use these methods in order to elaborate existing web data, and also to provide some additions to the traditional statistics. So the advantage is that using AI method could lead to a cost reduction and bound the risk of non-systematic errors by expert, while you also have the caveat of a need of using these AI methods that elaborate the web data, need of a transparent design and account of the whole process. So once we have used this web data elaborated through AI methods in order to create some kind of bridges between existing traditional official statistics and the new data as well, we can proceed with the enrichment. So we can create a bridge to new source of data and then attach new information. We also have some complementarity with the existing data set. So web data can provide detailed information about some phenomena that are otherwise not observed. So we have the advantage of having some uniqueness of the information, especially about the frequency and the detail, but also have some caveats. So the representativeness of the labor market information must be assessed, and also need to find robust measures using this information. So in the case that I'm going to present today, uses the Program for International Assessment of Adult Competencies, which is a well-known survey for the assessment of skills. Survey of adult skills, which is conducted by OECD. This has been run once, the first cycle in 3 rounds, 2012, 14, and 17, while we have a second cycle currently ongoing with a data release expected in 2023. As it is a traditional survey, it starts from the design of a representative sample and that represent the working age population in the country. So this methodology is also being applied to different countries around the world, and this is one of the few internationally standardized survey on skills which is currently available. So it's very valuable despite this very long lag between the two editions that has been done. The survey is constituted by 2 parts. On the one side, we have the background questionnaires that collect some information about the individual's respondents, so age, sex, location, the household, so a lot of information about the context of where the individual is embedded. And then there is the proper survey of so the proper assessment of skill, which is a test on the performance of some specific activities, such as writing an email, search for a job. So the survey also, within the survey, the respondents really have some specific task to do, is observed and measured while doing this task in a sandbox, so in a controlled environment. So it's really very rich and have these two important parts that constitute it. The background questionnaire is very interesting because it covers the skill use in different domains, measuring the self-declared intensity of this use. So either the frequency of use of some skills or the extent to which some question represent the person, so the respondent. So the respondent is asked to measure this intensity. The modules are 4. We have skill use at work, literacy, numeracy, ICT at work, in everyday life, and some an additional module on personal attitudes towards some specific circumstances. So PIAC is also widely used in literature to measure the skill content in a global perspective. There are a few and the risk of automation. So there are works by OECD and the World Bank that go in this, that use it widely. So it's a traditional survey, very important, widely used, but has one specific, let's say, one flaw, which is if we observe the structure of each question, what we see is that skills are not not expressed in a standard way. So they are expressed in free text, and they ask, for instance, if we consider the instruction, this specific question, how often do you usually, so in your current or past job, usually involved with instructing, training, or teaching people, individual or group? And then the answer is a list of possible so frequency of use of this skill. So there is no standardized skill which is tagged inside this question. This is where the use of AI and online job advertisement come in, as we can process this question in order to make emerge the unexpressed but implicit skills. So the skills that are covered with that question, but that need to be translated into a standard. So this bridge is the first step in order to be able to enrich the data and attach new information to the existing survey, either to enrich it or to complement it with new source of data. So the linkage. So this is the work that has been done by our research group, and so the linkage is done using AI in a framework that combines various methods. We have embedding, a selection of the best embedding, taxonomy alignment, and then at the end of the whole process, there is the validation by experts, which actually allows us to select the proper matches between the question and the standardized skills. So PIAC questions are then processed. AI is used to reduce the complexity of this huge amount of, so a large number of questions, 84 in the case of PIAC, which can, and almost 14,000 skills on the side of ESCO. So what we can do is using text analysis, so the analysis of the text of the question to suggest the best fitting couples or between question and skills, and then ask an expert to actually validate the suggestion by the machine. So AI always work as a support to human being in order to reduce the complexity. So the embedding, the work is done using data on the English language, but then the existence of translation of both PIAC and ESCO allows to generalize this bridge. So this is the result of the crosswalk. So and we can see that at the end, out of 84 questions in PIAC, we can actually map only 21 that are the validated questions, to which a number of ESCO skills is attached, almost around 40 questions, around 40 ESCO skills are attached. And then we enrich it with all the alternative labels in order to make this bridge more valuable. So at the end of the process, still considering the question that we were taken as an example before, instructing, training, or teaching people individually or in groups is linked to this list of ESCO skills and ESCO words, and then provide a standard way, so a standard element to actually attach new information. Here is the list of all the PIAC questions that we were able to map at the end and validated list of questions. We can see that we can cover a number of different skill domains. So we cover a more general group concerning, let's say, transversal skills or soft skills about the relation with others, instructing others, selling products or services, pursuing or influencing people. And then we cover problem solving, literacy, numeracy, ICT, learning strategies. So there are many groups that we can so we can cover different domains. So, namely, we do not cover manuals or dexterity skills, but we can cover many others. These data are currently also available, are open, so it's possible to download them and use them. And what I'm going to present now is an application. So how we decided to use this crosswalk in order to explore skill gaps or skill mismatches in 17 European countries, and relating them with automation and training. So so the next step after PIAC is elaborated in order to create a link to other sources of information, actually to attach this new information. And so we use online job ads coming from the Eurostat and CEDEFOP data lab in order to attach information on the demand side, so labor demand. And so we use a collection of online job ads from 27 European countries plus UK and EFTA countries. Currently, only 27 plus UK, 27 countries plus UK can be used since 2019. We actually need, in order to match them with PIAC, to reduce and filter out a few countries. So we are left with 17 in the end. And what we can observe are data on occupation and related skills as they emerge from online job posting. So skill are then extracted from job posting are mapped to this ESCO skill peer level. And this is the key element that allows us to link the PIAC survey through, which is elaborated and linked to the ESCO skills, to actually link outside to this new to the online job ads. So the two samples, so a few information about the samples. PIAC comprises 250,000 observation, or around 4,000, 8,000 per country. Covers only 2012 and 2014 for the European countries we are interested in. And so we need to elaborate this data, so actually to estimate the value of the PIAC question in 2019 using a 2-point observation of the US, which is the only country that ran PIAC twice in 2014 and 17. So we used the change in the measures for the US and actually use it to inflate the values observed for the other countries. So this is the drawback of having this observation, a very different time frames, but it's worth to mention that PIAC will be also available in 2023, so that it will be able also to run some simultaneous analysis. And so how we build the skill mismatch measure, we actually calculate the revealed comparative advantages for each skill and occupation couple. So what we can assess is the relative importance of each skill for each occupation compared to all other occupation, and then map it to their, in order to solve some statistical issues, also to their percentile rank of belonging. So we know which is so that the position in terms of in importance of each skill for occupation compared to all the other, and we can calculate that both for online job ads, and so for the proper demand side, and for on PIAC questions. So we can in order to understand in order to link the importance of a skill on as expressed in labor demand, and the importance of the skill as expressed among working individuals. And the difference, so the gap, the distance between, for each skill and occupation couple, between what is observed in demand and what is actually stated by workers as the importance in use, is actually a measure of the gap that is present for each occupation skill pair in each country, observed in that specific moment in time. So considering the example of teaching people and individuals or in group, which we elaborated through online job ads, matched to the ESCO skill teaching others, which is also observed on labor demand, we observe on the demand side, so online job ads side, that it ranks very high. So it's relatively very important for that occupation compared to all the other. So it ranks in the 95th percentile. We also see that individuals in the teaching professions have the same skill, which is also very important compared to the rest of the occupation. We can subtract, so measure the gap between the two, and so estimate, so find out that despite it is highly demanded, this skill is also very present for teaching instructors in this case. And so we can state that there is some kind of overskilling for this. So the skill gap is negative. There's a larger use than demand. And so there is an overskilling. What we can infer is that there is an overskilling for that skill occupation, for that skill in that specific occupation. These are the aggregate results for the 17 European countries and by ISCO, so second digit groups for 2019. So what we also relate these observations, so the gap to the widely used categorization of occupation in relation to the content, prevalent content in terms of tasks, so which is done by author and co-authors, and so we can see on the right side that there are so all the occupation with negative values have some kind of overskilling, while all the occupation observed with positive values are underskilled. And we can see that skill gaps indicate some kind of underskilling, which is more persistent among manual workers than cognitive workers. So where tasks are highly, so are more intense on the manual side, there is also higher underskilling. So the idea is that how can we explain, how can we try to relate this observation to other possible causes or mechanisms rather than causes, because we are not inferring any causal relationship here. we put it in relation with the automation probability, which is also calculated using PIAC data by Nedelkowska and Quintini at OECD. And so we can see in the depiction here that there is a strong positive relation between underskilling and the risk of automation. So one possible explanation to this observation is that jobs are changing in terms of tasks, and so the skill composition of job is also changing. So and also so those that are more changing are also those that for which we observed higher skill gaps. So one possible additional explanation is, so what about training? So is there any relation with skill gaps and on-the-job training? Because given the previous explanation, one reason could be that highly changing occupation that are do not undergo any training are those that are also for which we observe higher skill gaps. This is not a combination we estimate. We do not assess this direct link, but indirectly through these descriptive statistics, what we observe is that on aggregate, on-the-job training is negatively related to skill gaps. So occupation with high levels of underskilling also present low participation in on-the-job training. So it seems that some kind of mechanisms relate these two phenomena, despite we still need to go in detail in that. These are an additional finding, which is still preliminary, concerns the regional level of the analysis. We know that RCAs and skill analysis in general has aggregation problems. So given that the issue of sampling that we already talked about, this aggregation could lead to given missing values and different strata. So given that these data are not post-stratified, are not modified, these are data coming straight from the data lab, we can have some aggregation problems. So this is just some very preliminary analysis. What we see is a strong heterogeneity among European regions at the NUTS2 level. There is also a very strong within-country heterogeneity. So if we leave apart some Nordic, Scandinavian countries, Germany and France, there is a strong heterogeneity among them as well. But we see that some regions such as Spain, Italy, or Greece, Poland are also displaying different areas in which in some regions we observe overskilling, in other regions we observe strong degrees of underskilling. So there is also this strong heterogeneity, which is worth studying in terms of different role of institutions and labor market institutions in the country and so on. So this is just very, very preliminary. So with this, I close the presentation. Sorry for the short issue, and if you have questions, please, we're glad to reply.
Thank you very much, Emilio Colombo and Francesco Trentini for the presentation and for the paper. I want to apologize to Emilio for not mentioning you in the initial introduction. I had even prepared a slide with brief presentation of your background, but it's great that you are here. It's really a pleasure to be able to communicate and interact with an experienced economist, labor economist such as you. Thanks, Emilio. Now, colleagues, we have participants. We have a few minutes for questions that you might have immediately to the two speakers on this paper. And I'd like to note that, in fact, this example of the PIAC, use of the PIAC data, in a way gives also an angle of supply side analysis, which is then the focus of the next session, that will be then presented by by Fabio Mercorio. So here we also had the supply side analysis and mismatch, and it's quite interesting how this double window of analysis was made possible by joining different data sources. Thanks a lot. Any questions you might have, participants? So Mr. Ali Mohamed Abdallah is asking, is there any skills gap analysis implemented to compare job seekers and employers' needs? Yes, there are different examples, cases, big studies in the context of the EU, for example. I don't know if Francesco and Emilio, you would like to give a response to this specific question. Thank you.
Well, on this, I think that what I can say that, yes, it would be very interesting to have highly detailed information on that. Unfortunately, what I can tell you is that what we developed with PIAC actually allows to observe the use of skills in everyday life for unemployed people, but still that would not be a good proxy for their actual skill. Or maybe we could explore a bit the variability, so the working age population as presented in PIAC, because given that we can observe the previous job for some, we could try to relate human capital depreciation, but maybe trying to use the skill used in everyday life, but that would be. But it also hard. We also need to go deeper inside the actual meaning of, let's say, work job on the, let's say, skills used on the job, and then whether they are used in everyday life in order to. So we should really try and see whether a few of the questions that we can observe could be actually validly used for unemployed and job seekers. So this is that if you wish to I think given that the crosswalk is freely available, you may really decide to use it in order to explore that also for the unemployed or for job seekers and so on.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Let me just then mention also that Ali Mohamed Abdallah is interested in more, let's say, insights on the methodology, and he insists on better understanding the gap or the mismatch between skills produced, let's say, by education and training and employers' needs. So this is something that we can share after the webinar, some examples that can give you and other participants a bit of additional information on the methodology and other cases. And maybe a question, quite an interesting one, also by Laura Vizan, our colleague from the ESCO support team. So she thanks very much for this powerful example that shows how online job vacancies data can be linked to survey data using ESCO as a bridge. And the question is, in your opinion, how fit was ESCO in analyzing the supply side?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Indeed, it's really so not so easy to answer as is something that we so we use actually ESCO as actually ESCO words and ESCO skills as they are in order to actually go deeper into the text of PIAC questions. So, and we also used some let's say, we also, what we did is also that we used online job ads in order to produce embeddings, in order to better match the similarity of words, a group of words inside the PIAC question. I think that what I can tell you myself is that those words were enough. So if we observe this example, but this is true for all the other questions, and you can see it yourself in the available mapping, is that we can, after the validation, the ESCO words, the ESCO skills actually are very, very good at describing the content of the question, and that we can cover a few interesting domains. This is really just let's say about the process of mapping, and is not really about the quality of words, or I mean, we did not go into detail in that. But maybe Fabio that actually worked on this directly on the technical implementation could help us on that. So Fabio,
what I can add to try to reply to Laura's question is that the granularity of PIAC and ESCO is different because of ESCO allows you to, let's say, with a very simple example, in PIAC you have a question, to what extent you use programming languages in your job, okay? And so matching programming languages to ESCO is not easy because ESCO provides a lot of programming languages because it's a taxonomy. So what we exploited is AI to build up the model of ESCO, the model of PIAC, and then matching the two at a higher level. So matching programming languages to ESCO means matching all the programming languages that ESCO allows you to have. Okay, so this is the short answer to the question is yes, ESCO is useful because of ESCO is a taxonomy that allows you to decide at which, let me say, at which level of the hierarchy you are interested in. Indeed, in our view, PIAC is more similar to, let's say, tasks rather than skills. So being able to program a machine. So this is a task that can be implemented through some ESCO skills. Being able to communicate with others by digitalization. So this task that is extracted from the question PIAC can be implemented through, on the demand side, through ESCO, through some skills. So this is the interesting part. And this is interesting even because you get the skills that according to the labor market are relevant for doing the job. So if we say communicate with each other today and communicate with each other 5 years ago, maybe the skill that allows you to communicate each other changed, okay? So doing this over time allows you also to, let's say, to monitor the speed of change in terms of skill. I don't know if Francesco mentioned that this mapping is freely available to the community in a Git, so anyone can use it, implement, update it, because we are waiting for the next PIAC release that is expected to be released in 2023. It was expected by this year, but it has been postponed. So this means, as I said, that you can track over time how people are changing the skills to do the job. Sorry for.
Well, thanks a lot for this compliment to the reply, and thanks for noting and for making us, let's say, discover an additional use of ESCO terms. In this case, for analysis of supply side, and also for pointing to the task, also the the role and the understanding of task and skills to perform a task. I think this is also important so that we don't confuse in a way task and skills, conceptually speaking. So thanks for this. Let us just then take the last question here, which is a question also for Mauro in a way, even more. And it is a question from Egine. So a question is, are the data from DevEx and LinkedIn used for online job vacancy analysis in online job vacancy ads so that's the advertisement. So that's the question for, I think, more for Mauro.
Yes, it's for me.
Are we using these sources?
Yes, so the question is for me. So currently we are not scraping data, online job posting data from LinkedIn and from sources where we need the credential to access for many reasons. First of all, we are very polite during the scraping phase. So if one source doesn't want to share the data with us, so in this case, we don't take the data. Second, we don't try to jump the blocks for example, with a username, password, and so on. So, for example, the online job posting sessions section of LinkedIn is under a private area. So, in this case, we don't scrape data from LinkedIn or from sources like LinkedIn. We ran a study 3 years ago, 4 years ago, to understand if the job posting present in LinkedIn and other social network, not on LinkedIn, are also present on our employment agency website, job boards, and so on. And the result that mainly the job posting are quite present in other sources. In fact, the duplication rate that we have in the ETF database is very high.
Thanks a lot, Mauro. So we just, of course, always redirect you or remind you that this information on landscaping, the exact sources that are used in this data production system have been well explored in the previous sessions, and but that's important that you ask this concrete a question on exactly on LinkedIn and DevEx. That's always a question that appears pops in such conversations. If there are no further questions, then thank you very much again, Francesco. And okay, there is another question still. How current can the job posting data be? Do you mean how updated? Is this what you mean? Colleague who wrote this last posting. Yeah, okay. So how updated and revealing of the current situation and trends are the job posting data? I think this is also a question very much directed to Mauro, also Fabio. Mauro, would you like to provide a quick contribution?
Yeah. So I try to respond to the question from NWAC. So I cannot pronounce it. Sorry. So I think the question is related to the source.
Whether
Yes,
the
to the
job
source.
posting data reveal the situation, the real
Yes.
trends.
So it depends. Yes, so let me to address in 2 different ways. First of all, we need to understand that we publish the data 1 time by month in the dashboard. Why? Because we need to consolidate the data. So when we scrape the data, we need to collect everything from the sources, and then 1 time by month, we publish the data in the final presentation area. The final presentation area is the area where we run the analysis, where we build the analytics. The collection of the data in the other side is in real time. Why? Because one source can publish the job posting now and then after 2 days, after 1 week, the URL can disappear because it's the web. So we have three different time in the data production system for the online job posting. First of all, the collection is in real time. It means that every day we try to go to the website and download the web page. Then we have the processing, and the presentation is 1 time by month currently. When I speak it's real time, also the time is dependent by the source, because in some cases we have some very big sources with a lot of job posting. In this case, we try to scrape the data every 3 or 4 days because we want to be polite with them. In our case, we collect very few job posting from the website. In this case, the frequency of the query of this source is more frequent. In some case, 1 time by day. In our case, also 2 times by day. This is dependent by the sources, by the sector of the sources, and so on.
Okay. Many thanks, Mauro, for this. So let us immediately move to this session, to the next session, and we have then Fabio Mercorio, who is going to present the important, let's say, perspectives, issues, proposals related with supply side analysis. Thanks very much, Fabio.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, because Okay, thank you, Eduarda, again, for inviting us on discussing, in this case, the state of the art and issues and related to getting and processing the supply side of the web labor markets on the other side, let's say, in this case. 3 steps, 3 main contents that I'm going to discuss within this presentation. The first one is, just let me recap which are the issues related to getting the supply side of web labor market. Some, let's say, workaround or preliminary results in trying to get the data from digital labor platforms that we will introduce later on. And third, something that I anticipated in our last presentation, but I would discuss again here, that is what we call the paradigm shift in and we, according to our opinion, but this is our opinion, we are free to discuss about this, relevant skills define jobs. So we provide some motivations behind this strong, I know, strong statement. First of all, let me move the window of people because they are. Okay, first of all, let me to clarify that the goal of this report I'm going to present is to explore the state of the art in the acquisition of the supply side of labor market from the web. So first, very, very simple, supply and demand are a very interesting match and mismatch. So we say the never-ending story of supply and demand. I'm not an economist, but very, very simple. What we can say that when we discuss about the demand side, we refer to the set of skills, competencies, requirements that usually we say a company is looking for. And as we said many, many times, looking at vacancies is useful because you can know which are the skills that a company is looking at that time point. On the other side, the supply side refers to the information related to people that are available to work, not just they are working, they are available to work. Yeah. And this changed the matter. In terms of educations, qualifications, skill, history, so experiences, and those information mismatch with the other side of the demand. So this is the first, let's say, consideration we have to do. So let's try to look at this again, side by side, okay? So when we talk about supply and demand, we can have a look to what we say job roles or occupation title and job title on the other side. So when we look at demand in terms of job ads, the job role, the job title is always indicated. Eduarda knows very well in this project. Basically, any job ads always present, let's say, a title. What we say, it's a title. Okay, so just a few words that indicate what the company is looking for. The hardest part here is to recognize this title used and specified freely by companies. So to recognize and classify these according to a standard taxonomy. So we know there is ISCO, then there is now ESCO that extends ISCO with a further digits, the fifth one, very specific, a lot of occupations. The taxonomy is, we are still working, we are still referring to ESCO, is updated very, very frequently, adding novel titles, novel jobs, and so forth, okay? When we discuss about the job roles in CV, the problem becomes more complex, even more complex, because of the job title is always indicated and usually it refers to the desired position of people, or at least the last position covered by the candidate, okay? Again, the first problem of the mismatch is to match the two, because we might use different words to say very, very similar meaning. Again, ESCO more than ISCO today here can play a key role according to the taxonomy, thanks to its granularity and the use of what they call alternative labels. So the alternative labels used by ESCO are very useful because they basically provides a sort of lexicon variation of advertising the same position. Okay, so very, very useful. Then there is a mismatch in terms of qualification. So rarely, very rarely requests in terms of minimal requirements for doing a job, but you know very better than me that is if I'm looking to someone to work with, I just prefer to do not restrict too much in terms of formal and minimal qualification requirements unless they are really, really required. On the other side, on the supply, you know, very used. People are very used to express qualification because they, let's say, are specific of a position, they qualify a position and can be expressed through European qualification framework if someone uses Europass. So Europass is, let's say, a template, but not just a graphical template. If one look at Europass, it contains some advices to build up a CV, even using some taxonomies, okay? So if you want like to really use Europass, you might consider to express your qualification through the European qualification framework. Francesco just discussed about PIAC survey that is used to estimate the proficiency in key skills for a specific role. Remember that the OECD PIAC is classified on the second digit of ESCO, so not so granular as one might, let's say, want, okay? This is why PIAC is usually considered, let's say, as a proxy of the supply side, a proxy, okay? Not exactly supply side, because you are asking me which is the importance of my skill for doing a job and not what I know. And there is a mismatch in this, okay? How much important is to, let's say, know English in my job? It is a scale, and which is my proficiency on English is another scale, okay? This is the idea. Again, on the education still in the demand side is often requested in terms of minimal requirements, while is always present in CV and resume. Again, using Europass, one should use ISCHED, that is the standard taxonomy. In our project, we use ISCHED to classify minimal requirements and minimal educational levels. Training programs, basically, Mauro can confirm, but very rarely companies specific that someone has to attend or should possess some very specific certification. Okay, very specific. Whilst in the supply side, in CV, they are expressed again as a raw text. If one issued the Europass, one might plan to use ITER. ITER is another taxonomy, again using ESCO level 2, so you can navigate from ITER to PIAC to jobs. Is a sort of database of information on higher education institutions all over Europe. This is updated periodically, and it can be considered as, let's say, which kind of degree I hold and where I attended this and which course I attended. You might use ITER. Okay. So this is the situation in terms of some variables that are useful for let's say, for matching job demand and supply side. And so the question is, why getting data related to the demand is, let's say, well established. We started with Eduarda maybe 7, 8 years ago from scratch, or something like that. So, but we can say is almost consolidated approach. We know there is a way, okay, to get demand, whilst getting the supply side still represents an issue. So we tried to draw some, let's say, reasons, tentative, okay, so that in our experience make these challenging. The first one, the first one is about, let's say, privacy. So when we look at the job posting, usually this is privacy free. Because of there is no sensible information, and the companies that are aimed at spreading at maximum the job ads just include some disclaimers to allow people, let's say, disseminate the job posting. Okay, when we look at the CV must contain personal data along with a disclaimer to allow who receives your CV to use just for the purpose of the sending, okay? So this is, let's say, the GDPR clarifies that the personal data included within a CV should be used for other purposes only with an explicit consensus of the subject, or alternative, if some condition very strictly occurs, such like the necessary for legitimate interest of the holding and so forth. Okay, there are a list, let's say, of conditions that let me speak very frankly do not apply in our case. So if none of those cases apply, processing documents containing the subject data is currently against GDPR. So the problem here in processing is the presence of personal data. So one may say, let's say, if I just store in my database CVs and I don't process anything, I'm still compliant with GDPR. Unfortunately, not, because the Commission clarified that the meaning of the term processing. So processing means, and this is the citation, you can look here that processing also means storing. So if you have someone in your hands, so in a database, without that contains personal data, without a consensus, this is against the GDPR again. So the only way is to have those information already deprived by personal data. Okay, so you shouldn't have the opportunity to look at personal data. This is let me say, you should have CV, let's say, anonymized, okay? But you cannot anonymize because you don't have, you are not allowed to do the job. You should have CV already anonymized. So the question is, once a CV is deprived of personal data, is still useful for our purposes? So we try to, again, in our opinion, this is not, let's say, there is a controversy on this, okay? But in our opinion, they are useless if the goal is to perform job match, of course. So let's say finding the right candidate to the right job. So you have to know who is looking for the job, okay? But if your goal is to perform analytics, so understanding job, skills within job, job similarity, the mismatch, an example as Francesco showed before. So in our opinion, this could be a CV deprived of personal information can be still useful. Personal data, the third element is that personal data is all around us. So collecting demand is more practical than supply, as we discussed. And this is why there are a growing number of applications and prototypes aimed at analyzing labor market demand, but this number is expected to grow. So a very recent estimate, study estimates that by 2025, the value of the, let's say, the data economy will grow to represent about 4% of GDP, generating 3.2 billion jobs related to data. So, in my opinion, we didn't reach, let's say, the hype of this way of working with data, even in the labor market. So we are in the good way, in the good road, good track, let me say, to analyze job labor demand and supply, because this will grow in the importance in the next upcoming years. That said, the question is, what about aggregators? So as we did for OJA, what about aggregators that collect CVs and resume? And this also, of course, includes social media that collects a way of resume in a structured way, adding skills and experiences and so forth. There is someone with the open microphone. I don't know who is. If you can mute all, just to avoid to have noise in my ear. So there are a sort of intermediates, as did LinkedIn, Monster, and many social profiles. Their pros is that they capture daily changes in the supply in terms of skill set, educational attainment, and so forth. And as Mauro clarified by answering a question before, they allow for a real-time analytics, real-time micro and micro level analysis of the labor market trends. The concept is that getting data via scraping, as one could do with OJA, could be very difficult because, personal data in this case is the asset, okay, in a data economy. So you can instead decide to buy the data instead. Of course, the problem of assessing the representativeness, the significance, the coverage, mainly the coverage, as Eduardo knows, we did in the landscaping activities, could be, let's say, very, very difficult unless impractical, because you don't have you cannot analyze the coverage of the whole labor market players and their numbers. So you have just to work with what you collect and stop. And this could be, again, there is a matter of quality. So what we asked is there any online source of let's say, platform that discloses the supply side to anyone? So this is the question. So imagine to do the other way, the other side. And we decided to look at digital labor platforms. So digital labor platforms are platforms held by private companies that act as intermediates on the other side. So on the demand labor services. So those are companies that go looking to individuals, and individuals that advertise their CV on the web. So exactly the other way of doing the match, okay? Not from the demand, but from the supply. So there are three parties involved: the client that is now demanding work. So again, the mind here is that the job matching, the way of doing job matching is inverted, okay? So people, the client is demanding work, the platform that acts as an intermediate through algorithms, and the person that provides a work through the platform, okay? So there are, of course, some benefits. The first one is that match happens from the demand side, and this is beneficial for us because this means that the employer go through professionals, and this is, let's say, GDPR compliant by default, because if you are, let's say, looking for a job and you are advertising your competencies, you provide explicit consent to the platform to spread out your information, including personal data, as soon the match applies, okay? So the problem of privacy and GDPR does not apply anymore. While platforms can decide to make visible some information on skills, because of this could be interested to reach a wider, a larger, let's say, set of persons that are available to perform the job match, including again personal information, again collected through explicit consent to perform job matching. So the key idea is that to skip the problem of personal data, to invert the match, okay? There are some, so we defined some criteria, as we did for landscaping, to, let's say, for evaluating digital labor platform. And we tried very, very preliminary tests in Italy on some identified platforms to check if and to what extent those data can be collected in using the same approach of OJA. Just a few criteria. The first one, qualitative. The first one is availability, so to check if the professional resume is present or not within the platform. So the values are, yes, it's present, is open, is present through free registration, there is a match, or you have to pay. After matching, or you have to pay. The composition check how the resumes are composed. Is there is only the description plus skill, or through structured data? That is, the best way to proceed, because you have already, similar to job ads, okay, free text, or on the other side, structured data. The quality of professional, if there is any review, like Yelp, like imagine 5 stars review of professional, to know if there is, let's say, a sort of qualitative information about the skills possessed by the worker. So this is yes or no, because then you have the ratio, no? From 0 stars to 5 stars. And then the geographical information to check if the location is mentioned within the resume. So it can be mandatory if someone is able to work just in a very specific geographical location, or more higher, more larger. Okay, so this is again, as said, a very, very preliminary attempt. So there are here some platform. Please look that some platform are very specific. Let me say Top Data, that I know is just for looking for someone that holds children's. Okay, Pronto Pro is just for looking for a very, very specific professional, so low level skill. If I'm looking for a developer, a plumber, and so forth. As you can see, some platforms are open, so you can just go navigate the website and collect information. Other websites require a registration. After registering, you can, let's say, go through the list of professionals. Some other ask to first add a request. I'm looking for someone, and then the algorithm proposes the match, okay, and so forth. So there are different policies acted by platforms to allow you looking at the supply side they contain inside. But in any case, our feasibility tests show that scraping activities would be feasible. Of course, following the policy that you cannot avoid, you cannot neglect, following the policy of the platform, but this is feasible. Of course, each website allows getting data requiring different timing to collect all the website, let's say from 1 to 20 days, okay, at the rate they allow you to collect the data. Of course, we do not have, as we mentioned before, the insight about the information or the quality of the collected information. And of course, in case one should follow this process, one should perform a landscaping activity first to identify which kind of sectors and jobs are included within those platforms, and then to identify the platforms that allow you to cover at best the demand side. As said, in those platforms there are CVs from low or at least medium level skill job. If I'm looking at manager, I'm not using those platforms, okay, and so forth. So getting the supply side from social media are feasible if the goal, in our opinion, is analytics rather than job matching. Again, in case this I would spend again time to discuss about this. If the goal, in our opinion, if the goal is to perform analytics and to provide a service on this, an approach could be to ask people to clarify which are the main skills to do the job, exactly following the same approach of PIAC that asks you which are the importance of those skills for doing your job. Okay, this is very useful, even because as we observed in vacancy, the job title is enough for classifying the vacancy, even though that are the skills that define the job. So when we look at the same job name, the job role, the skills can change a lot, even due to the maturity of the labor market. So the data scientist in Italy is very different from the data scientist in the UK, but even from the north to the south of Italy, even though they call in the same way data scientists, but the skills change a lot. So what you define your job and your ability to do the job is not the name, are the skills. This is why we are very convinced about this approach. So skills define job and not vice versa. I would like to show you the video, this time with the audio. Please let me know if you can hear.
Welcome to Skills2 Graph.
Can you hear the
A
audio?
Graph DB-based system that organizes
Yes.
online
Yes.
labor market
Yes,
demand
yes.
as it emerges from online job vacancies into a graph. Skills2 Graph encodes the similarities between skills thanks to distributional semantics and can be queried to address the skill match mismatch problem. This is a demo of our web-based tool, which is useful for users who may want to know the importance of the skills they own for their actual occupation or other occupations in their country or in a different one. Given the user's current and target country, his set of skills, his actual occupation, and the skills he would like to acquire, Skills2 Graph performs 4 different queries. In the first one, skill occupation match, we answer the question, how relevant are my skills in terms of RCA for my current occupation? The second query, reskilling, shows which are the relevant skills that the user should acquire in order to stay up to date with the market expectations in his field of work. The career path section describes which are the occupations that fit the skills I already have in a specific target country. Given the characteristics of those occupations in that country, it also reports which further skills should be learned to have a better fit with one of those occupations. Finally, the upskilling query is shown if a target skill which the user would like to acquire has been selected. Therein, we show what are other similar or complementary skills that the user should learn as well. We also provide the degree of similarity of the target skill with the skills that the user already possesses. Welcome to Skills.
Okay, so just for concluding, we discussed, and within the paper there are some details, more details, technical details. We discussed about the issue, both technical and juridical, to get the supply side using the same approach we usually do for the demand side. Our preliminary results on Italy show that structured information on professionals can be retrieved through digital labor platforms according to the GDPR. Otherwise, the approach would be to scrape information from social media, trying to scrape or to buy from companies that are able to sell those information. Of course, what we suggest, according to our opinion, is to change the mind and to move from collecting CV and processing the CV that is a mandatory task in case of job matching, if in case of hiring someone, because we have to look at the history, from this to ask people if the goal is to build a service to support people in understanding which job they could do, how to reskill, how to upskill as a service. So in this case, what we suggest to change the mind and to use the demand side to ask people to clarify which are the skills that are more important to do the job and to move among countries. Indeed, PIAC exactly follows the same approach in a survey manner, of course, and we are expecting to the next release in 2023 at least, or 24, to redo the job as Francesco showed before, or in case could be used as a benchmark for skill to job to check if and to what extent skill to job fits. So you would have a benchmark in this case, that is PIAC. Okay, this is the question. You could have a benchmark in this case. So that's, I stop. I'm on time. Yes. Thank you.
It's very well.
Can see in the chat something.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for the demo. It was also interesting, and the comparison you did even with PIAC, let's say, in broad terms, the approach. It's like you are bringing in this question of also empowering people to take control, let's say, of their career and be able to identify, for example, their main skills and using that information through existing tools, platforms. Thanks a lot. I wanted just to say that these 2 papers in the first draft form have been shared last week. I shared them last week as it had been agreed to a good number of participants, the most frequent participants. And we will have now a session in which 3 discussants are going to share their comments, let's say their views, comments, observations and suggestions. There is a colleague again, Ngak, asking whether the demo to the skills to graph can be disseminated.
There is a paper, a technical paper. We can share both the paper and the details just in chat after.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Meaning that, let me just clarify, the 2 papers that have been drafted, elaborated for this project, and that have been just presented, the first paper presented by Emilio Colombo and by Francesco Trentini, and the second paper on supply side analysis presented by Fabio Mercorio, are available. They have been shared a week ago, more or less, for comments. And now we will have the 3 discussants who have volunteered to share their views. So these comments will be then integrated as possible to get to a second draft of the 2 papers. And if those who have received the paper are interested also to share during this session now, any questions, any critical observations, any doubts, please just raise your hand. So now we are really addressing to the people who have read the papers that were shared on Thursday last week. Besides, we have some questions in the chat box. So one of them is about the demo of the skills to graph. But I think, Fabio, maybe if you have a link to share, you could place it in the chat box for everybody. Maybe this will be really interesting for all. Okay, let me say that the question asked by William Odiambo, maybe we could discuss it in another occasion. It's not directly related now to this topic. Then okay, there is a question by Volodymyr Kovtunets, also well, asking whether the employment services, I guess you mean the public employment services, for example, could play a role like the digital labor platforms, because they have vacancies and CVs as well. So this kind of a matching role, but that's, yeah. And whether this could then be used also for analytical purposes. I guess that's the point here. It is how to use this data for analytical purposes. So Fabio already shared in the chat box 2 links that you can use, access anytime. And maybe if you want to provide a contribution, okay. Let us start then by the question asked by Ali Mohamed Abdallah. So it's again a question about this matching role of recruitment or employment agencies, services, platforms, whatever their form and status. So the question is, for the online job vacancies, why does it not enable job seekers to access specific vacancy links, go directly to the vacancy links? In this case, we do not collect resumes, but we as a job seeker can click on the OGV in specific area for a specific position to open the vacancy and then get connected to the employer. But this, I think, is more a matter really of management and strategy.
Yes.
The business model of the different recruitment and employment platforms and companies. Mauro, you want to
Yes, if Francesco, Fabio, can I try to address the question if for you is okay?
Yes.
Can I go? Okay.
Sure,
So
please.
yes, so it's possible to collect this type of data. So the number of application for each single job posting. So from a technical point of view, it's possible. It's possible, and of course, it's another metric that we can put over the table and try to build analytics. In particular, when we explore the alternative sources about the labor market, like Fabio presented, we have several different platforms. The digital platform are a kind of platform, the social network and other type. And also, for example, we have also the human capital management system, where a lot of employees are tracked not only from the wage and tenure point of view, so from an administrative point of view, we can also track the employees of one single company, and also track the application of employee to a single job posting. In this case, we are speaking about not web sources, but private sources. So to access this type of information, we need a special agreement with this type of private platform. And the issue that we had are always the issue mentioned by Fabio during the presentation. So the GDPR issue, the coverage, and so on. So from a technical point of view, it's possible. From then the analytical point of view, we need to every referring to the type of source and the type of data that we are collecting.
Thank you. Maybe Fabio, or would you also like to add something related to the question asked by Ali Mohamed Abdallah? So he's more asking about the intermediation and matching role. So, and whether the platforms could facilitate in a way much more the access of job seekers to the jobs available and published. If you, from your experience, even Mauro, also given that you know quite a lot of different job posting sources, companies, from the experience, if you want to add anything. So this is more a question addressing to the business model almost of the different recruitment, employment companies, platforms, and their technologies, use technologies for matching.
No, what I just would to remark again is that those platforms are more specific for low, medium skill level job. This is quite important to understand. Whilst high level job that are more in demand in online job ads, as Mauro can confirm, indeed, because they are usually overestimated, as we see in even the presentation of Emilio, are advertised through specific social networks, let's say LinkedIn, okay, if we would like to. So what one should have in mind is that looking at digital labor platform, you are mainly covering an unbalanced side of the labor market, that is the low, medium, and low specific jobs. So this is, on my point of view, quite interesting. The other comments pertains to, as you, Eduardo, said, to the policy and the business model of the platform that basically aims at doing the match as an intermediate. So
thank you.
That's it.
Okay. There is another question still about the let's say the segmentation or the targeting of certain digital labor platforms to low skilled applicants or workforce, lower skilled applicants or workforce, as opposed to higher skilled individuals. So if you have anything to say about the trends, are they really more oriented, the DLPs, to the lower skilled in general terms as a trend also? That's what the observations, for example, in Europe indicate.
As a one, as we observe this a general trend, but is a decision, you know, because of the goal is just that you are looking for someone to do something very, very quickly, and you go, so something manual usually, but I don't know if Mauro would like to add something on this, but as soon as we know, it's a target specific, let's say, okay? Whilst for advertising someone that has some managerial or professional activities, some social platforms are more specific. I don't know if there is a digital label platform for managers, okay? General, I think this is not, we didn't identify this in Italy. I don't know if there are in some other countries, Mauro. Maybe.
Yeah, yes, it depends by the country, by the area. So the European market is different from the African market, is different from the US market or from the other markets. So in some particular geography market, there are a specific platform to hire a manager, to hire an ICT professionist or technician, and also for example, some specific role. I'm thinking, for example, to the marketing professional and so on. So really, it's depend by the specific country.
Okay, thanks a lot for this discussion about the digital labor platforms. It seems an interesting topic beyond the purpose for analysis of supply side that brought this conversation today into this webinar. And now, since we don't have additional questions to address, let us then immediately ask our discussants to please come forward. And I'd like just to very briefly introduce our discussants. And just for very brief introduction. So we have Mrs. Egine Manasyan. I already said a few words in the beginning. So Egine is director of the Caucasus Research Resource Center, Armenia Foundation. She has a doctoral degree in economics, very broad experience in research, teaching, and policy analysis. So her primary areas of expertise include economic growth and development, political economies of transition, labor markets, poverty and education, privatization, and informal economies. And she's an author of over 100 publications and articles. So we are really very pleased to have you, Egine. Then we have our colleague Volodymyr Sarioglu is working at the Institute for Demography and Social Research of the National Academy of Ukraine. He has over 20 years of general professional experience in the field of socioeconomic and demographic statistics. More than 25 national international projects on methodology of sampling, surveys, data processing, statistical weighting, direct and indirect estimation, building of statistical indicator systems for the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and also State Statistic Service of Ukraine and other countries in the region like Moldova and others. And he has done a lot of methodological support work on behalf of the State Statistics Committee of Ukraine, so has a strong statistical background. And then Simfuen Tuli from Jet Education Services, South Africa. Simfuen is an ICT professional with a strong background on business information technology. He works as a technical research officer at Jet Education Services under the SET Cloud program, which is with a topic that is going to present in the next session. So he's a professional with multidisciplinary expertise in technical research, systems administration, and web development. So we have here 3 discussants with very different backgrounds, and we are really pleased to listen now to your comments, recommendations, critical observations, or anything you consider interesting for the, let's say, next draft of these two papers. So who would like to start? Egine? Or would you like?
Perhaps as you introduced, let's start. I was really honored very much to read this paper, to be obliged. Initially, I was thinking that this is an obligation, but I really enjoyed that, and I would like to congratulate the authors and also the reviewers, which was Eduardo Franco, for this nice paper. What I liked very much, let me make it full screen. Okay. Thank you, Eduarda, for asking me to this paper. My impression is absolutely positive. I'm ashamed to say that I'm considered to be an expert for it when I see your experts, theoretical capacities and their methodological design, etc. I do think.
I see that Egine has a connect. Oh, okay, you are back, but we cannot hear you, Egine. I think the connectivity has some deficiencies.
You didn't hear at all?
We could hear you, but it was not very clear. The sound was really very.
Okay, I'll come closer to the screen then.
Okay, yes.
Eduarda, can I suggest maybe that Mrs. Manazian can stop her webcam to improve the quality of the network, maybe, just to see if it works better. Thank you so much.
Sure, I'll be somehow, but you need to see the video now.
Yes,
okay, the paper is, do you hear now? Well,
we cannot
again, not?
No, with the sound is very unstable. Maybe if you switch off the camera again.
Okay, I'll be. I'll not be sharing. Perhaps you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Okay, that's okay. I even stopped sharing the screen. So what I liked very much, it is the structure of the paper. It is absolutely well structured with the question imposed and then setting the methodology and also the technical parts, but in a way that makes the paper very easy to read. Do you hear, Eduardo? I see that you don't hear again.
Yes, no.
Do you hear now?
It is much better now. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You can continue. Mm-hmm.
So it is very easy, relatively easy to read, clear questioning, and also the papers highlights the value of the exercise. This demand and supply connection. Oh my God.
Now we cannot hear you at all. And so what I propose,
I was somehow disconnected and now connected again.
Fine,
so
fine.
the paper also indicates the challenges and the methodology, and it also employs various data while looking for benchmarks. It also contains recommendations and conclusions and rich reference lists, including information on various. Now I am aware of referring to the American study, to the study for adult education. So I was aware about adult education, but not for some of those who were used. So I can imagine how much intelligence and labor, I mean, time is invested to produce these papers. And again, congratulations, that is very, very well done. So coming to the minor comments that I could suggest, this is to introduce the list of abbreviations as a first reader, as one of first readers. Introduce the list of abbreviations from the very beginning. I thought there is not, but at the end it came out that there is such a list. But moving that to the beginning will make it easier to refer, because, for example, there is LMI, which is familiar to us now, but for other readers, it might comment that I had, it is using LinkedIn DevX, but now I am discarding. Why I taught this? Because there is a conclusion that among professionals, there is oversupply of skills. I thought if the data from professional job vacancy sites are collected, then it will be different. But Maurio's answer convinced me that these advertisements are popping up in other sites as well, therefore. So the next recommendation, I do believe that the team looked at the global report for adult learning and education that just is released a few days ago. And maybe this will be important for them to look again. And there was a surprising finding that just 1% of adults are getting trainings, which is very low. Mm. And then maybe some notes is needed to assess the deviation of skills that are fixed.
Mm-hmm. We cannot hear you.
And job advertisement that are flexible. Mm-hmm. These international standards of classifications, they quite flexible. The advertisement understands what's happening. You don't hear now? Hear now? Voice again?
It's very unstable. Now,
how is now?
Now we can hear you well. Yes.
Okay. The next recommendation to improve the paper is come up with recommendations, because it contains the title is recommendations and conclusions, but actually there is no recommendation to use, how to build capacity, which kind of programs to launch, so that to skill up people, to engage those who are responsible for labor, for surveys, I mean the National Statistical Service. From technical point of view, the numbering of figures, it is likely that there is a need to check it again. I'll be sending my comments with the paper, and also could be worth introducing a footnote for ISCO first codes from 1 to 9. It is on the very first figure, and not necessarily everyone knows what it is. Maybe with a footnote, this might be covered. And finally, I went to the platform, which is ChatGPT model published by Open Artificial Intelligence, and gave a task. What does it mean, lightcast? It created a very nice poem. And here are a few lines just for you, because I presented in GPT, but as far as it is challenging, we are the light of the world. We are the hope of the future. We are the answer to all your prayers. We are the solutions lightcast platform. We are the answer to all your needs, etc. So this artificial intelligence is coming, and the paper is really a call for many to take care of skilling, reskilling, upskilling, etc. And I would like to take the advantage and express my gratitude of the work done by experts, the paper authors, and of course, thank you, ETF, for organizing such trainings and enriching from year to year. It was a really very nice journey, and thank you. Hugging all of you.
Thank you so much, Egine, for all the comments, for going in depth into certain questions, also for suggesting new sources such as the Global Report on Adult Education, and for the point you made about recommendations. Indeed, as everybody who has read the discussions have noticed, that the recommendations are for now very synthetic, but that was also it was done on purpose. We expected this meeting to contribute with ideas and recommendations also from your side that can be taken up in the second version. So Egine was commenting the paper on online job vacancy analysis, big data in general, and conventional statistics, labor market statistics. That was also the topic, the title she presented in her first slide when she could share the presentation. And she mentioned, made several references to the analysis related with PIAC. So that was the paper presented by Emilio Colombo and Francesco Trentini. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Volodymyr Sarioglu. Volodymyr, tell us, please, first, what is the paper you are going to comment, and thanks for your suggestions and views.
Good morning to everyone. I have some comments to the same paper.
That's good.
I will. Did you hear me?
We
good?
can hear you
Well. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So I want to say many thanks for this paper, because I asked about these problems from the beginning of our seminars. So I want to say that it reflects in general the state of arts in this area from statistical point of view. And I have some suggestions, some comments from separate provisions of the report.
Okay.
So in general, I agree that the report is prepared in good level, professional level. So it is very interesting and clear. For me, my comments are next. So the problem from this provision from the report, the problem of combining official statistics, administrative data with web data.
We
So,
cannot see.
I want to
We are
say
still on
that-
the first slide. Maybe if you want, we are still seeing the first slide. Maybe if you want to move to the next, you can click. Either you put it on slide share. It's very good like this. We can see. That's good.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks.
Okay. So the first provision is the problem of combining official statistics, administrative data with web data. This sentence is directly from the report. So I want to say that now web surveys become more and more used mode of data collection in the official statistics. In the statistical offices and official statistics. So in statistics, there is a different problem of combining of data in one survey, collecting using different mode of collecting, of data collecting, face-to-face interview, phone, and web surveys. So I propose in the report to speak not about web data, but about big data from web, from OGV. So it's not the same. So
Yes.
web data in statistics could be from web surveys.
Yeah.
But this is really a big problem for statistics, for official statistics, and known statistician, contemporary statistician Danny Pfefferman said that big data in statistics, maybe this is known phrase, big data for official statistics. Big data is big problems and big headache. And see market next problems with using big data in official statistics, but I think it is the same direction. Big data for official statistics for big data improvement. So problems are coverage, selection bias. In today's presentation, we see that this is a problem, a real problem with using OGV data for official indicators, for official statistical indicators providing. Next, data accessibility. Maybe OGV, we have access to OGV data thanks for ETF, but for some of data, for example, mobile operator data, other data from social network data, accessibility is not clear and data sources changed a lot during time. By the way, report this problem also reflects. New legislation also, we need new legislation to have access to some data. Privacy, data protection. In this report, this problem is discussed. Disclosure control. computer storage, computational analysis, linkage of different files, on linkage of data from different sources, risk of data manipulation. But this was from Danny Pfefferman publications and presentation. And I want to say these problems he marked in 2015. And we can see from our web, from our seminars, from our discussions, some of these problems already have been solved or are being successfully solved at the present or the nearest time. So, I want to say that really this approach be very, very useful and very effective, maybe efficacy in our labor market information support. Next. This sentence from the report, that data collection and analysis must change as well as statistical production. I want to say that in the report, we speak, authors speak generally as data collection and analysis, so not divided by step of information of information of creation of information. So maybe it was it could be more useful to divide to different stage of data preparation of information preparation as in statistics. In statistics, you said about different stage, such as data collection stage. So in this stage, there are separate problems, separate approach to collect data from web, to collect big data, to compare their with statistical information with representative data from other sources. Other step is data processing stage. Data processing stage also has some different procedure which can be more effective using big data. For example, imputation of missing data in statistical survey, or maybe in OGV data by some domains where the information is very poor. So, for example, in statistics, we use for imputation data about prices from the websites and so on. Next stage, indicator estimation. Indicator estimation in the report, authors said about the post-ratification step, post-ratification procedure. This is model, some kind of model-based estimation. I want to say, in general, it calls calibration stage. Calibration is more general procedure than post-ratification, but also you can see a separate stage of indicator estimation using big data or using official statistics data. And the next step, data analysis stage, extraction of information from the data. Also, artificial intelligence and so on. So also maybe I don't say that this is necessary to do, but in the report I expect to see some more granulated as we speak, some more detailed process of information, of creation of information sub. So this is my maybe suggestion, maybe my opinion. So next, 3 steps to compare, correct, and combine OGA-based analysis with official statistics to improve trend believability. Okay. By the way, in the report, there is many information about this necessity to compare to I don't know how to say to. Okay, I will say I didn't see any word harmonization. Because in statistics, you say about this problem reflected in the report as harmonization. Harmonization by units of observation. In the report, we speak, authors speak about the problem, but not in the word harmonization, but using other words. Maybe I suggest to think about harmonization step, because harmonization is the same as authors means using different words. So in statistics, you speak about harmonization by units of observation, harmonization by time, by period of time. So in the report, we see these problems and approach to solve them. By population coverage, problems, harmonization by population coverage, harmonization by characteristic of units of observation and indicators, harmonization by user classification or taxonomy, and so on. So maybe this aspect of harmonization should be more clear reflected in report, but this also our opinion. Maybe authors have the other understanding of this problem. So I want to show, I want to say that we also in Ukraine work with some modern big data. Unfortunately, not our institution, not using OGV data for labor market information for creation of labor market information system. But I think this will be next step of our efforts, thanks to our common works to these webinars. I want to show that this year we have in Ukraine, also 5 minutes maybe, big problem to estimation of population in Ukraine. Because of the war, you know this, and because of big numbers of migrants, intensive processes of migration. So this year we try to estimate our population using mobile phone data from mobile operators. I think this analysis will be useful for estimation of our labor force in Ukraine, actual labor force, and its So in this graph, we show the proportion of mobile users by type of area and age group. This was these are results of state statistics survey of mobile file using in Ukraine in 2019. So we can see that some young people and some older people, they use less mobile appliances and phones, for example, phones, then group from 15 to maybe 75 years. In this age groups, users are almost 100%. So using this estimate of using mobile phones, and we have also information about number of cards, number of phones for each person, and using data from mobile operators about number of abonnents, of users. We have in Ukraine three big mobile operators, which covers over all population. So we estimated the dynamic of population each month till August of 2022. This data from State Statistics Service of Ukraine, experimental estimates. So, but we participated and participate now in this estimation. So we can see only two regions of Ukraine I showing these figures. This is Kyiv, blue line, Kyiv region, Kyiv Oblast. This is yellow line, and Ukraine at all. This is black line. So we can see this that we discussed this data with our experts. Our meaning that this approach can we can use this approach to estimate the dynamic of population from month to month, and to use these estimates from for different analysis, and for example for analysis of our labor force, of number of labor force. And I think combining these estimates, because we compare, you can see that, for example, you know that in Ukraine we didn't have census from 2001, so last 20 years we didn't have any census, and we don't have, unfortunately, our register of population. So our mobile phone, our estimate of population based on mobile phone data shows that in Kyiv, for example, this is relative number of population, comparing official from our population statistics, official population statistics, which counts our population starting from this 2001 year census. So mobile phone shows, for example, that in 1st January 2022, we had in Kyiv almost 40% more population that shows our official statistics. This is problem, but this is true as my opinion on our experts, because many people, we have a great internal migration. So from rural area, many people move to urban area, a big urbanization process. So this is like very, in January, we didn't have any war in Ukraine. So, but this estimate shows that in big city, the population is actually bigger than shows our official statistics. But this is no problem. The problem is to measure dynamic of population, changes of figures. So these figures now are discussed with our experts, with statisticians and other experts. I think they will be used to estimate population, and labor force during this year, and to project to forecast to anticipate labor force for next year, because we don't have other source of information. And I want to say that creating the labor market information, I think this OGV data analysis, thanks to ETF, will be very useful to maybe to obtain needed indicator estimates about the demand of labor force. So my conclusions are that the presented report is very useful and very timely. Report highlights modern approach to the problem of using big data in official statistics. And also it reflects, as I said, approach to use official statistics to improve the estimate obtained on base of big data and on base of OGV data. About official statistics, I think, and in the report, authors said about that official statistics don't have other way to increase its potential and demands than modernization, including through the use of big data. To the use of smart statistics, as author said. This has become especially clear in the last decade, with increasing mobility of the population and labor force, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the military actions in different countries, and for us, especially in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr, for your comments, very detailed, and also for bringing in this very interesting estimate that is useful for population, so demographics, and even labor force estimates based on a new type of data, notably the use of mobile phones. It's quite interesting. And thanks also for the points you made about the need really of statistics to embrace this new source of data. Thank you very much. And now, Cynthia, you have the final word. I'd like to ask you to be as synthetic as possible. Thank you very much, Cynthia. Please name the paper you are going to comment.
Oh, okay. Let me just find it quickly. So it's the supply side analysis, which was presented by Fabio, if I'm not mistaken. So I didn't put down a slide, but I'll speak to the points that I have. I think also from the points that were made by the previous lady, I think her name is, I can't pronounce it, but she made the point of, okay, firstly, let me just start with the positives. I think the paper is well written, definitely, easy to follow, seamless transition from one section to another. And I think the conclusion is also quite succinct, so I'm happy with that. But going to the point that was made by the lady, she mentioned that the table of content could be, sorry, not the table of contents, the abbreviations could be at the top. Now, when she said that, I agreed with that, but then I thought to myself again, but the table of content is there and it clearly articulates the list of items that are on the paper. So if you read the table of contents, then you should see that the abbreviations are going to be at the bottom. But I think her point speaks to the fact that if people are to read a paper, they're mostly going to skip through the table of content and go through to the content. So that's, I think, point number one. And then point number two, I think the paper highlights quite clearly and articulates this very well, the challenges with accessing supply-side data, right? So I think that's well covered. You go on to also look at, what is it, GDPR? I might be saying that incorrectly, but yes. And I contrasted that with what we have in South Africa, which is POPI, or protection of personal information. So I think those are similarities that I considered as well. So I kept on just doing my reflections between South Africa and, you know, the other country. But what I'm missing in the paper for me is, what's this? I wrote it down, the consequence. What are the consequences of not being able to access supply-side data? I think that is not pronounced. I think if we can pronounce that onto the paper and then possibly adjust the conclusion as well to include the consequences, then I think it will be balanced. You have the disadvantages, you have, well, the negative side of, look, we can't really access your supply side data as you can the demand. And the consequence of you not being able to access is this. And I think if we highlight the consequences and give them a heading, I think then, depending on how dire the consequences are, it can speak to, the paper can be a catalyst of policy change if need be, depending, again, like I said, how hectic are the consequences. And then also one of the disagreements that I had, and I tried to listen carefully when you were speaking, Fabio, was on table 1 under qualifications. I don't know, maybe it might be different from country to country, but under qualifications, it states really requested in terms of requirements. This is your qualifications next to the demand side row. Now, from my experience, qualifications are always put upfront to say, we want this particular qualification for this particular vacancy on every job posting that's out there. So I just wrote to disagree with that particular point, but I hear you listening, speaking, and you explained it while you were presenting, and it made sense, but I still couldn't grasp. So I don't know if we could just look at that particular point as well. But I think those are just my 2 major points, but everything else I think is clear, it flows, I'm happy. So I think well done to the team for this paper as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia, for this synthetic and set of comments addressing what you consider the main issues of the paper. And thanks for mentioning the need to highlight the consequences. So that's certainly something interesting for Fabio to think about, to reflect and bring in some additional messages. And thanks also for your point about qualifications. So what you miss in terms of clarity in a certain topic in the paper is quite important, because you are the reader, you represent the reader, the user of the paper. So that's really very, very, very useful. Thank you so much. I don't know if we could have just in 1 minute any comments from the 2 authors here present, meaning from Fabio, naturally, on the supply side, and also from Francesco on these comments before we move to the next session.
On my side, very, very quickly, thank you for spotting this out. We will, let's say, we usually add a Q&A. Eduarda knows this.
Yes.
So we are used to add a Q&A section within the paper, so that the reader, you know, can, let's say, maybe can have the same question you had and just find out very easily an answer. So according to your comments, we will review and we will clarify the consequences, even though in some parts we identified some, let's say, if you cannot collect data, so the consequence is that your possibilities in terms of action is reduced to do this or this or this. Okay, so basically those are consequences, but we will clarify these in a sort of a side effect, let's say, of the situation you discussed, and even in qualification, even to this is the European situation in terms of qualifications. Okay, so we can guarantee this is. We can add even for other questions, Eduarda, that we might collect in the chat, and
yes,
I don't know. We can add a Q&A section during the paper, in the middle of the paper, so that anyone can benefit from this. So thank you for your comments.
many thanks, Fabio. I think that Francesco, I don't know if Emilio is still in the room, but Francesco, you have a very large number of comments, suggestions, and reflections from the two discussants. And of course, we will be very grateful if Volodymyr and Egine can send us the presentation in which you have summarized your points, so they can be duly reflected now in the next phase of this towards the second draft. Francesco?
Yes.
In
Okay. Yes.
minute?
Very quickly, and just to thank all all the reviewers for the interesting comments. Unfortunately, I missed large part of what Egin was conveying, so I look forward to read her slides soon once they're available. Concerning Volodymyr's comments, I think that they really catch the difficulty of trying to leverage new data sources when you do not have the reference designed population, and you cannot really control sampling. I think that in the paper, and that's really give very big headaches in order to try to solve that and reconcile with the existing knowledge. At the same time, I think that his suggestion on how to organize conceptually how we address each point in order to make our data, let's say, organized under the same or the most analogous criterion of official statistics is very interesting. So I think that reading the references and your slide once available could be useful, just maybe to find a better way of presenting how we address all the points in order to make our data as good as official statistics, which is one of the challenges that we are currently facing. I think that your example of how to use the mobile operator phone is really a great analogy of what we are trying to do. You are lucky to have a register of people, or to be able to say that the take-up, I mean, that the penetration of the use of mobiles is so large, so you are virtually covering the whole population. What we do in the landscaping phase, which is the part of the activity which initiate the whole process of data collection and so on, is to actually study how how the labor online channel is used in recruitment and job seeking activities. So what we try to do through reviews and the use of the available data is actually to try to come up with that kind of information, the one that you showed us about the distribution and the population of the use of mobiles. And what we find is that it really depends by country, and there are countries such as the UK and some European countries in which you can claim with a reasonable degree of certainty that you are really observing the whole of demand for some specific sectors or occupations. So I think that the more we are still in some countries, especially given that digital skills are something that is growing but still not possessed. There is some illiteracy on digital skills among some part of the population, but what we observe is that there is an increase in the use of digital instruments, both inside along in business processes and among job seekers and general population. What we can expect is that the more it will become available, and the access to the services infrastructure will be more stable, and the digital skill will be sufficiently good, we can expect the more people to approach that kind of distribution that is the one you observe, and so to have also more reliable indicator. So it is not really an answer to what we are, but what we would like to be, where we would like to be. And so, but concerning where we are currently, I think that what is important to understand is what we can gain of unique from this kind of data. And so if we have some, this is my personal opinion, and it goes slightly beyond what we stated in the paper, is that we observe some kind of trends that should be really in terms of skill composition and the direction on the general, let's say on the general content of skills in some occupation. That really depends on the countries that you are considering, and really depends on what we can infer from the context in which these kind of ads are observed. So given that technically we also have some issues in data application and so on, so if we want to assess the general volume of vacancies, we also have additional issues. But the point here is that on the skill, on the side of skills, we really observe some meaningful, interesting changes during time, and we can try to infer some, let's say, qualitative direction of change of let's say, occupational profiles and so on. So we are not maybe in the paper we also make this kind of statement that we can. It's over. So sorry. So I hope I replied to your question, and but I look forward to read your comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this session, to the three discussants, first of all, for the work you have done, and for the presentation, even with certain difficulties in the connectivity. And I know that Fabio now needs to go. He has a teaching space now at university. So thank you so much, Fabio. We are in touch, and we continue then work on these two papers. And I think they will really have a good place in this project for all our stakeholders and colleagues. I know, William, that you want to speak, so I will now pass you the floor. William Odhiambo is an expert working also in this project as national expert for the Kenya landscaping activity, and also validation of samples of classified data. And he has done an interesting comparison of data from the dashboard, Kenya dashboard, with data of the Kenyan labor market information system. William, if you could make your presentation as synthetic as possible, we would be really grateful. And probably you also have a question addressed to the papers. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
All right. Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Very clear, loud and clear.
Okay. So my slideshow is not starting. It has opted. Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity, Eduardo. I know I disappointed the team last week. So today I made all effort to be able to join the meeting with stable internet. Secondly, I must admit and confess that I really got excited with Fabio's paper. And I had many things to say on it, and actually many questions, partly because it touches on my field, labor economics, so closely. And the other part is that I think it was very focused in terms of the skills, the project that they are presenting, but also the ecosystem around it, around the DLPs and the, well, he didn't mention this, but yes, public employment services also offer the same service. And so I got excited because these are subjects I've really worked on. I'll probably get in touch with him and discuss with him further, because I know I have less than 15 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. We in Kenya have worked on developing our labor market significantly. I know I saw several of my colleagues here. You know, we got a public employment system just the other day, 5 years ago in 2017, charged with also getting us market intelligence. But before that, I think the ministry had already started to work on the same, and we got what we call the Kenya Labor Market Information System, KLMIS. And so when I looked at the dashboard, and then I compared it with what the KLMIS has produced, there was significant, you know, learning to be done. Let me first admit that the Labour Ministry has really made a lot of effort to avail this data to us. A few years back, there was no data to compare. Now we have that data to compare, so it's a beautiful thing. But there were areas of strengths that I observed in the dashboard that I felt I might want to share with the team, and also areas of learning. You know, the introduction is that we have a labor force of about 2.6 million people, and only, I mean, of 23 million people, and 2.6 million are seeking employment. Now, this is the first question in the assignments that Mauro shared with us. If you look at it under the occupation pillar, let's just hope this does not appear anywhere. Great. You will see from the dashboard that the professionals are the highest in terms of job vacancies or demand, and the managers follow suit, technicians and associate professionals, clerical support, service and sales workers, and the occupations are, you know, further broken down as research and development managers, software developers, system analysts, advertising and marketing professionals, etc. Now, this is quite detailed because, I mean, if you go down this list, it's huge, and you can go further, I think, on the dashboard. I would advise you to perhaps just open your dashboard. You'll probably see that how detailed it is. Okay, I am not moving to the next one. Yes, finally. Then, if you look, however, at the hot occupations in the Kenyan labor market, January to March 2022, according to the report that we have, you'll find that, on the contrary, the occupations that are high are legislators, administrators, and managers. Professionals were only 9%. Technicians and associate professionals 11. Secretarial, clerical. So there's a big difference between the two data sets. You can explain it that, you know, the KLMIS data covers only 3 months. 1, 2, It also looks into newspaper advertisements and maybe other sources. In fact, majorly, it looks at newspaper advertisements. But principally, as we go on with this conversation, you will realize that the OJV data covers more time. And most of the advertisements that appear in the newspaper appear online, while the ones online, almost half of them don't appear in the newspapers because it costs you to advertise in the newspapers. And so you'd find that the majority of the job vacancies are online. And so you might miss something if you only look at a small subset, which is the newspaper. And I think that is a point to note. But the second point to note is granularity. I think my colleagues, Mauro, say it better, that the OJV data is more granular. And I don't know if, yes, is more granular. If you look at this, the breakdown is so detailed. And when you go to the dashboard, you can actually click on one and find even more detail. Ordinarily, government data is not as detailed as that. And that granularity helps us in terms of, one, appreciating the detail in jobs, in occupations, and the demands of the same. But two, it also helps us to compare with other nations. Here are top 5 vacancies: education, administrative and support services, transportation and storage. Significant differences. And so yes, I think this is the comment that I have made. It has more granularity, which is hard to find, and that disaggregation makes for better analysis and comparison with other countries. Now I want to go to the skills segment. In the skills segment of the OJV data, I love the breakdown. And I love the breakdown because of the several studies we've done locally, we've seen that there's need for more soft skills, that it is not enough just to equip the youth with hard skills, but also to have soft skills and the right attitudes and values. And the OJV system breaks it down so beautifully in terms of the knowledge, the personal skills and development. You need to have the business and administration skills, social and behavioral skills, etc. Then you continue with the other skills in terms of the soft skills, and then you come to attitudes and values. It's more composite, if I can put it that way, including the soft skills and the hard skills like journalism and information, health, engineering, manufacturing. Ironically, in Kenya, more organizations or more employers are looking for the soft skills, because if you soft skills and the soft knowledge, if you look at the data here, most of them are actually like, let me see, yes, this part, all of this is most of it is soft skills. Sorry, soft skills is up here, and then business administration, and then social and behavioral skills, those are soft skills, and then a hard skill, and then a hard skill, and all those are knowledge in that part. As accessing and analyzing, it's very composite to the extent that you can actually say this adds significant value. The breakdown is awesome. Now, I compared it to what has been reported in the KLMIS report. Business administration, education, architecture, and construction. Most of them are actually hard knowledge areas that employers demand of people who are seeking employment, but it does not touch on the soft skills that we've seen, for example, here, like personal skills and development, which is very highly desired, and analytical skills, communication and collaboration, solving problems, organizing. It misses that. But there is another part that you know, this talks of skills demanded in the informal sector. Financial skills, record keeping skills, marketing skills, and that is okay. There's another part that I wanted to raise, and if you look at information and communication skills, or what is commonly referred to as digital skills, several and numerous studies locally have indicated that there is a high demand for the same. The government responded by saying that there should be computer studies in high schools, even as early as class 1 or primary schools. They introduced tablets. Sadly, the KLMIS report does not touch on the digital skills in the analysis that I have shared, which means that in the 3 months of the analysis, they missed a very significant element of the labor market as shared. Now, the industries of focus, agriculture is leading, followed by manufacturing, and we are a services country. That is a fact, and you cannot deny that. Of course, the industries that are doing well, professional, scientific, administrative, and support, ICT. We have the largest, telecommunications company in East and Central Africa. Our banks keep doing good even in times of hard economic times. We still wonder how they are doing it, etc. And if we come to the leading industry sectors, again, in our report, there's education, administrative and support services, transportation and storage, other service activities, human health, and social workers. Now, I appreciate that education is popular, and partly because we are a very fast-growing population, and so the number of children being born every day is very high. That pushes pressure on schools to expand or on educators to establish new schools, and so that is a reality. Transport and storage is also a reality. It's in every report that we do not have a strong and well-established public transport. So this is mostly a private investment based, and the people who invest in that field don't carry out the activity themselves. So they are always looking for someone to drive their car as an Uber or drive their the vans, well known here as matatus. Now, so there is,
please. 1 minute, William.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I was really enjoying that that conversation. So there is a significant difference in terms of the two data sets, if I can perhaps begin concluding. And for me, I think there's a lot of value to be derived in the OJV labor market intelligence system. And I'm just hoping that we'll be able to get to it. I wanted to finish with this. This is my last slide, I think, that the data is very useful. On one hand, in career selection, I, as an individual, private individual, can use the data to decide which skills to acquire before joining the university or selecting occupations and industries to go for. But at the same time, in terms of an administrator, whether in the Ministry of Labor, Education, Trade and Industry, or Finance, you have good data to make decisions. As in this case, you can actually say, fine, there is a high number or a high need for digital skills. Let us increase the number of computers in secondary schools, say for the next 10 years. And I think that would make for very good budgeting and planning. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, William, for this presentation that you managed to shorten and present in a synthetic manner, given the fact that we are a bit running out of time. Please, colleagues, participants, questions to this presentation, please write them in the chat box, and we might still be able to address them if time allows. Now we have a small, I have a small proposal here, just to, it concerns the fact that our speaker from Eurostat, Mr. Fernando Reis, is with us, and his presentation should start at 12:30. We know that he has some time constraints, and therefore I'd like to ask Sinfiwe and colleague to swap the presentation. So first we would pass the floor to Fernando Reis for the presentation from Eurostat. So let's say to give him then the possibility to leave on time for his other commitments. He came just really for this short period of time. And then we will have the presentation on the PSET Cloud platform from South Africa. I hope this is acceptable. We just swap the order of the presentations. So let me then very briefly introduce Mr. Fernando Reis, works at the Eurostat, European Commission, as a big data statistician. So Fernando is currently doing very substantial work and leading this big initiative that has been called Trusted Smart Statistics. So he does research on the use of big data for statistics. Thank you very much for finding time to join this webinar. It's the second time you come, but now you come with updates on this very important work you are doing. Fernando, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. You can unmute yourself. Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much.
Oh, so I'm very sorry. I was in fact connected, but I was not. I was not with my headset. I could not hear. So I understand, Eduardo, that you have presented myself and the topic. So I see we are a bit ahead of time.
Because we are a bit late with our schedule, and so I simply swapped the sessions. So you are now taking the session, your session, to be in the time you have available for the webinar, and then we move back to the previous session, which is about South Africa, the South African example, PSET Cloud platform. That's just to be to release you, let's say, from this commitment here with us on time. Thank you.
Okay, so I will start sharing my screen. I have noticed that I will start also my video.
Oh,
okay.
Great.
Yes, which is I think it's better. So thank you very much for inviting me to be here and to talk about what we have been doing. I'm happy to see some familiar faces. So what I will do today is the follow-up of a previous presentation I gave before on the Trusted Smart Statistics, to provide some updates But I'm not going to assume that everyone knows what I'm talking about. So just as a very quick introduction, this concept of trusted smart statistics, something that in Eurostat and with the members of the what we call the European Statistical System of the National Statistical Institutes of the EU member states. So we developed this concept of trusted smart statistics, which is well, a set of principles that we have come up with, trying to address the new sources of data that we have around us, their characteristics, and the fact that they are, large quantities, the challenges they pose in terms of privacy invasion and things like that. But in practice, what this means is we're implementing these trusted smart statistics in a set of hubs where we try to put together similar types of data and a similar type of analysis or processing that we need from that data. And one of those hubs is what we call the Web Intelligence Hub, which is dedicated to gathering content from the web, process it, extract information, make it ready so it can be used to produce official statistics. The Web Intelligence Hub is organized in what we call use cases. And the idea is that we will have a layer with a web intelligence platform that we are setting up at this moment, which will offer a set of services for content retrieval from websites, natural language processing services, and so on. They will be reusable between use cases. So they could be developed for online job advertisements, but we could still use them for example, prices that we collect from the web or business information, for example, from enterprise websites. The purpose of the Web Intelligence Hub is to get this content from the web, prepare it to a level of what in statistics we call the microdata. But then the statistics will be, of course, the responsibility not of the Web Intelligence Hub, but those traditional statistical domains. So the same units and the same teams that are creating labor market statistics, from labor force survey, or the job vacancy statistics, which are the two main tools we have at European level. They will be the same ones that would use this source to produce complementary statistics. So making sure that there is some comparability and some coordination between the several sources to provide a complete picture of what's going on in the economy. So if you want to know more about the Trusted Smart Statistics Web Intelligence Hub, there's a video on YouTube in the ETF Open Space channel, and you can find here the link. So there you can get more about the fundamentals of Trusted Smart Statistics and the Web Intelligence Hub. So we have several updates, and we're going to focus on online job advertisements in particular. There are some uses of the data, and we have published recently, or last year, I have to say, already. So in the current world, I would say 1 year ago, it's already not recent. So I don't know if Eduardo, you can mute
yes.
The participants.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Erika, please, can you help? Thank you.
Yes, I'm muting them, but they are unmuting over and over again. So apologies for this.
Thank you.
So we have released last year a working paper, Eurostat working paper that you can find in Eurostat website, where online job advertisements data is used for some analysis of labor market concentration. There has been an introduction of validation and a continuous improvement in the data, and also the linking to business registers and making evaluation of the nature of economic activity that is extracted from the job advertisements to make some comparisons. This work in particular done by what we call the Web Intelligence Network, which is composed of experts from the National Statistical Institutes that do methodological development, develop algorithms, classifiers that can then be integrated in the Web Intelligence Hub and make available to everyone. There are two in particular that I would like to present today that I think that are meaningful. I think they have a big impact. So we have made many improvements, I have to say. They're very long. I just count that Mauro and the colleagues have mentioned several of them. So I'm going to focus on two which I think are particularly relevant, and I think they are future looking. I think they're going to be very important, the continuous work that we will do with this. The first one is the development of a gold standard, in particular for the occupation that is extracted from job advertisements. And the second one is online job advertisement time series. And I will go through each one of these. So when it comes to gold standard for occupations, what are we talking about? We're talking about collecting what we call label data, which is, well, basically it's a human label data. So it's check data, so online job advertisements and the results of the classifiers. And we have some humans, they may be experts or less expert, that depends on the kind of label data we are producing. Looking at the raw data or the raw text, the raw content we get from the web, and the monitor. And the monitor, I would not say, but they trying to be more generic, but maybe just to give specific example of online job advertisements, looking at the job descriptions in online job advertisements and letting us know what is the occupation that actually we can find in this job advertisement. Yeah, and so these ARC experts would say they know very well the classifications, and what we can hope is that we have algorithms that perform as well as the experts do. So this is what we're talking about when we talk about label data. It serves two purposes. One is to monitor and improve the quality of the data that we extract from job advertisements. Like, for example, evaluation of the classifiers or the algorithms that are extracting the occupation, education requirements, and so on. So then can perform quality checks of the data that was qualified. Yeah. We can use it to measure the accuracy of the classifier. So one thing is to check, did the classifier work or not, and gives us some clues of what if the system is working well or not. Another thing is that we can actually produce some measures of quality, right, that we can communicate to the users. So they can be taken into account if you need to take decisions from this data. And also, for example, to improve the ontologies and the dictionaries that are used to do this data extraction. I'm going to assume that Mauro has provided an explanation of what are these ontologies. But the annotated itself that we get, so we have humans checking the data for monitoring the quality, but the result that we obtain afterwards, which is a data set of job descriptions that was annotated by experts, as also other purposes. For example, it can be used to train machine learning models or create gold standards that I will go through in a minute. So the starting point to do this work was actually to create a sample of job descriptions, something that we call the OGA NLP data flow. NLP stands for natural language processing data flow. So this was the first step. It's better to use to work with a sample than the full data set in a particular context, as we have right now 200 million job advertisements. So we have selected a sample of 9 million job ads that includes the job title, the job description, but also the classified data. Yeah. And also some additional information, we'll call it paradata, that is coming from the classification process, in particular, what we call the match token of dictionary term. So the match token is the piece of text that was identified in the job description or the job title. And the dictionary term is the term from the ontology that was matched. Yeah. So they don't necessarily need to be exactly the same. There will be very close pieces of text, but might be a partial matching of the text, for example. So therefore, having the two fields. This was a stratified sample that covered all the languages, the 25 languages that we were covering at the time. That when this was selected already 1 year ago, almost. We exclude very small languages. It is stratified by occupation, contract, salary, working hours, education. And there are 50 ads that are selected for each stratum. So it's a balanced sample from this point of view, making sure that we cover all the occupations, contract types, levels of education, economic activities, and so on. And it covers the period from October 2021 and January 2022. So this is a starting point to start collecting label data, is to have this sample. Therefore, it's important to make a description. So I have covered this topic. This slide should be at the beginning, but so I have explained what we mean by labeling the data. And the several purposes that we can have with it. So when we get annotated data, labeled data, just to be clear, I'm referring to the two terms, and here I mean exactly the same thing, okay? Annotated data or labeled data. There are several measures that we can take when it comes to the quality or the accuracy of annotated data. So the first one is accuracy. How close is the label to the truth? Yeah. So we ask humans to check a job description, tell us what is the occupation that is there. Now, sometimes humans make errors also. I think it's part of a definition of being human is to make mistakes. So even if we ask a human to check the job description, even an expert, it might make a mistake in this classification in terms of occupation, because sometimes it's not a trivial task to classify based on the job description. A second measure that we can take is the consistency. So it's the degree to which multiple annotations on various training items agree with one another. Okay. So given the difficulty sometimes in classifying, for example, occupation, because the set of information in the job description might not be enough, for example, to know exactly which occupation we're talking about. So different annotators can actually take different decisions, based on their own experience, on their perception of what is written in a job description. They can take different decisions, what they think the occupation is in this particular job description, this particular job advertisement. So there are some methods that we can use to assure that we have annotated data of high quality. One is consensus, for example. So is asking several human annotators to evaluate the same job description, extract what is and classify the occupation, and take a majority rule. So if you ask 3, 4, or 5 annotators to check the same job description, and 3 of them agree on a particular occupation, 2 others in different occupations, then we take the one that has more annotators classifying it. So like this, we're trying to eliminate potential errors that a human annotator may make. Auditing may mean it's another method where, in this case, we ask human annotators to do the annotation, and then we have one expert that is making some auditing afterwards, checking a sample of those that were annotated. So having a hierarchy, several steps. So human annotators that are less of an expert or not experts at all doing the classification, and afterwards having this checked or a sample of it being checked by experts. The last one that I left to the end, because this is what we are going to talk about, is the use of a gold standard. Which I think I will move to the next step to explain a bit in more detail what we're talking about. So a gold standard or a benchmark, it's a sample that we carefully built. It should be balanced also. So it's quite important also do you select the sample for a gold standard, covering all occupations. That's what we have done. and they are carefully built by experts, so classified by expert. And this may mean actually several experts discussing, analyzing a job description and agreeing on what occupation are we talking about. Yeah. So normally we expect very high precision. Yeah. But as you can imagine, having first experts and second experts spending quite some time with a job description, making sure and analyzing it, several of them, this means that actually building gold standards is also quite expensive. Yeah, in terms of times of the experts in particular. So they are small in relative terms. So they are quite expensive. We cannot collect it for tens of thousands of job advertisements. And so as they are small, normally they are not sufficient, for example, for training machine learning models. Yeah. However, they may be used to test the accuracy. Yeah. Although they still provide quite small samples, but they could be used for this. So to get what I mean by testing is making an estimation of the proportion of job advertisements that were correctly classified by our algorithms. Okay, so this is what I mean by testing. Sometimes the samples might still be too small to do this. Okay. However, they are ideal for doing what we call benchmarking annotators. So meaning what we can do is asking lesser of experts, human annotators, to do to make the annotation and introducing some job advertisements that belong to the benchmarking, to belong to the gold standard. And with this, make actually an estimation of the accuracy of the human label. Yeah. So we can use it to benchmark the human annotators. And then what we can do with it afterwards is, for example, when deciding what is the right occupation, a particular job advertisement that is not in the gold standard, so that was evaluated by human experts. If we have an estimation of how good the annotators are, then we can take this into account and take a decision. Either we could eliminate, for example, label data that was done by annotators that tend to be have many errors, so this could be excluded, or weighting. In fact, the weighting, the classification given by human annotators. And so what I'm talking about with all this explanation is the creation of such a gold standard with for online job advertisements, and in particular for the occupation. So what we have done is to extract samples. We did it for country language pairs. So just to take into account that although some countries share the language, the local specificities might be different. So in the sense that in Germany, in Austria, they both speak German, but the German is not exactly the same. Okay, so we instead of having a sample for German, we have a sample for German job advertisements in Austrian job portals. Yeah. And the way we have done it for now, with the first round, because with the beginning of this work, was to select one single job advertisement for each one of the 400 categories of occupation classification at 4 digits. Okay, so it's already 400 to be classified by experts in occupation classification. But it only covers one job advertisement for occupation. Yeah. And so on, the variables we have included in the sample was the job title, the job description, the occupation, match token, and dictionary terms, as I was explaining before. We have asked the experts to label, so to say to which occupation category from ISO 08 is the job description referred to, but also we have included as other metadata labels, for example, that there is no reference to the occupation in the description. Sometimes it's impossible to classify at the 4th level. It may be possible at 3rd level or 2nd level of the occupation classification. Sometimes it's the wrong language. Yeah. So something that the system does is at the beginning is to identify the language of the job description. So it's done with an algorithm that is quite precise, but it still happens. There's some job descriptions are in fact in the wrong. So the language that was identified is the wrong one. So this may still happen. Sometimes it's not a job advertisement. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes there are several occupations mentioned. Okay. So there we have job advertisements, in particular for small employers that actually are looking for someone that does several different things. You know, so the job description encompasses the work of several occupations. So what is the preliminary results that we have? So we are just starting. We covered 4 country language for Austria, Italy, Slovenia, and Bulgarian. Meanwhile, we also have done it for Portuguese and Romanian. So it covers Latin, Germanic, and Slavic language, which is quite good. So these are, of course, still preliminary results. Our idea of building a gold standard is that the work was done in many cases by a single expert. So we expect this to be revisited and discussed by experts. So the idea of a gold standard is that we have selected a sample of job description. These are analyzed by experts, but again, we can revisit afterwards to confirm that this is really the job. So we have to curate and maintain this gold standard to be sure that it is of the highest quality. So the result we have obtained at the moment, which is the correct divided by the correct plus incorrect, and the justification for this is because, as you could see, we had a few, a minority, of course, but we had a few that were in the wrong language and did not have a job description. So right now, the precision we have at the ISCO 4 digits level is around 45%, which you could think, oh, okay, could be better. So it means that we are right less than half of the times. But what we have to keep in mind is that we're talking about automatically classifying into 400 categories. So and as a base value for comparison is that if we did it randomly, we would be right 0.25% of the times. So the fact that we're 45% is way above, it means that the algorithms are anyway working quite well. So the sample is stratified in the sense, as I was explaining, there is one job advertisement for each category. Of course, the overall accuracy rate, and because we don't have an equal number of job advertisements in the data set, there are occupations with a higher demand and more present in the job advertisements. So if we take this into account, the precision increases by 10-15 percentage points. Yeah. So meaning that the algorithms are better for those that are actually more common to find, occupations more common to find in online job advertisements. So with this, we have at least a base that now we have been doing many improvements in the system. We can improve the classifiers, but what is important is to know where we are at the moment. And this is, of course, still preliminary. Okay, it's still quite a small sample, it's only 400. So it needs to be improved, and we need to gather now more labeled data beyond the gold standard, but so beyond being done by experts, by either other human annotators, to increase the sample and have better estimates of the precision. But this is a base that now we can use to measure our improvements in the future. So concerning the time series, so this was about the online, the gold standard for online job advertisements and the occupations. We intend now to progress this in the future. So to cover more languages, of course, that is the goal. To include additional rounds, so additional job advertisements, to go from one job advertisement by occupation to 2 job advertisements. And of course, we can make a revision of this by a different expert. So these are the several directions that we may take. And we are currently reflecting on which direction we should go in next year. So I think it's quite important development for us to start measuring the quality of the data that we are producing. So the second improvement that we have made last year is on trying to create online job advertisements time series. This is very important, of course, to have this time comparability. So we could answer questions like, for example, what was the impact of COVID in the demand, in the labor demand? So and compare it with other indicators on the labor market, of course. And also, one of the potential uses of online job advertisements is to nowcast, to increase the timeliness of other indicators, labor market indicators, in particular job vacancy statistics, which, because it's based on the survey, it takes quite longer to be made available. And of course, online job advertisements has the potential to be much faster, and it is right now much faster. So it is important that we make sure that we have time series of online job advertisements. So why don't we have them? So this is the big question, right? And so the fundamental problem we have with online job advertisements that I think will always be in any case when we're talking about gathering content from the web and use it to produce statistics is that, well, the data collection is irregular, and that's something that it's not completely under our control. So we can try to collect, or we collect content from the websites. Ideally, we should collect it at regular intervals that we define methodologically based on the kind of estimations we want to make. However, websites not always collaborate. So sometimes they block the crawlers or the scrapers. Sometimes they change, meaning that the scrapers they are not working anymore, and it may take some time to fix them, to correct them, adapting them to the new website, which can be done quite quickly. 1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, may take 1 month. But the point is that until the data collection or data acquisition is fixed, we are actually not collecting the data. So we are, that it is missing. Okay. There are also some changes in the market. We'll say there are new job portals that emerge, that appear, and some that disappear. Yeah. So this leads to several problems that we have, and that we have since the beginning, which is when we look at the time series, it is quite irregular with very large peaks. Mm-hmm. Okay. So there are 3 main problems that I list here. One is the missing data, is the fact that as we are not observing all the time, it might happen that some job advertisements were published online and then were removed online before we had the opportunity to actually observe them. Okay, so we have some missing data. The second one is this, what we call 0 to n peaks. It means that as we are not observing constantly and continuously over time, what happens is that when we visit the website, we have some job advertisements, but in between periods that we visit the website to collect, we have basically 0 new job advertisements. Yeah, so this is a 0. And the peak, so we don't collect any job advertisement over time until we visit the website. This is for a particular website. And then we suddenly find all these job advertisements that meanwhile have been published. Yeah. The number of new job advertisements that we are going to find is going to be higher the longer we take to visit the website. So if we take only 3 days to visit the website, we're going to find 100 new websites. If we take 1 week, we're going to find more. So as you can imagine, when we look at the time series, what we see is, for each source, is that the period that we have 0 and then we have some peaks. And the longer we take to visit the website, the larger are going to be these peaks. So even if we put all together, we aggregate the data from all the sources, and we have many sources. Sometimes there are very long periods of time we have observed. Now we have data for 4 years, and during these 4 years, so in some cases we had actually 2 months where no data collection was possible from the website, and then suddenly we have thousands of job advertisements. And we see this has an impact even in the aggregates. And the last one is what I was mentioning, the samples. So the data sets, our population of job portals is different over time. So we have come up with a sequence of methods to address these issues. For addressing the problem of the missing data, we use a survival analysis model. So where we estimate the proportion of job advertisements that we have missed during the period that we have not visited the website. Yeah. And as a result, what we have right now in our particular system, the websites are visited quite frequently. Yeah, so at least once a week they are visited. The numbers that of job advertisements that we are missing, we estimate them to be actually quite small. Okay, so there is not a big correction for this. What we do with these 0 to n peaks is that we take the job advertisements that we have for one particular day, the day of the data collection from the website, and we spread this to the past until the previous time the website was visited. Yeah. So instead of having these peaks, in fact, what we have is a bit of a staircase. Yeah. So right now we are distributing them equally over time, but of course in the future we could have different models. If we're, for example, if we have information that in some particular days of the week there is higher chances of a job advertisement being published. So this is anyway a method that can be improved and more sophisticated in the future. To address the third problem, what we have implemented is a method that is used in price measurement, in the consumer price index, for example, where basically what we do, explaining very quickly, is instead of just aggregating the job advertisements for the sources that we have, we make an estimation of the increase in the number of job advertisements that were published between 2 periods. And right now we're doing it in 2 particular days. For a set of jobs, for sources that we observed in both days. So to have an estimation of the number of job advertisements that were published from the 1st of December to the 2nd of December, we take a list of sources that we have available for the 1st of December and the 2nd of December. And we do this chaining. Yeah. So we have implemented this. It's quite expensive from the computational point of view. It takes quite some time because we do it for each one of the countries we have right now, which is 30 countries. And we do it by occupation. I think it's the second level with 40 occupations for each source. Yeah. So it's quite a large number of cells for which we are computing this. Yeah. So after doing this, what we are discussing right now is how to make this available to the users. One way would be to produce a table with a time series. Yeah. An alternative that we are considering, so we have not implemented, but we are considering, is actually to convert these numbers to weights. Yeah. So that each job advertisement would have a weight that would be simply calculated in a way that when we add up the several job advertisements, yeah, and just add up by month. So I have to clarify that we're doing it for each month, so that if we aggregate the number of job advertisements using the weights for each month, it would result in the numbers that we have for the time series. So it's the same work, but reflected in terms of weights. This would have some advantages in the sense that the correction that we make, because in some periods of time there are some sources missing, and so the fewer job advertisements that we have present in the database, they should weight more. Yeah. So this is the correction that we are making. This could be reflected also in other variables like occupation, education requirements, so on. So the correction we are making for the fact that some sources are missing, it could improve the accuracy of other estimations that we make from the database. So that's the purpose of using these weights. So I think more interesting is to look at some of the results. This is computed for the first chart that you see here at the top is for the European Union, where we can see a drop caused by the lockdown, COVID-19 lockdown in March 2020. One thing that we observe here is a peak before the drop of the lockdown, which is quite interesting. I'm going to mention it in a few seconds, and then a recovery. And what we can see right now, we have here data until September. So we have data here until September 2022. We see that now there is a drop, which is basically reflecting the current economic situation. This is monthly data that we have computed. Yeah. This is a time series. This is a time series of the flow. So this means the number of new job advertisements that have been published in the month. This is what we see here. Of course, that we are interested in the stocks of job advertisements, in particular to compare it with job vacancy statistics, which is a stock variable. And one thing, if you look at the chart on the right, you're going to see that it is continuously increasing. So what does this reflect is that most job advertisements are actually kept online. Yeah. So they're never removed online, which might be quite surprising. Yeah. So if we just take the stock, so this is our estimation of stock. So some of them are removed. That's why we see some drops. So some job advertisements are in fact removed, but half of them are kept. So for this reason, the stock of job advertisements that we can find online at a particular moment in time keeps increasing. Yeah. This is the result. Of course, then we need to, this of course means that there are some job advertisements that are obsolete. Yeah, we understand that they are online and they are obsolete. But well, we believe this happens because portals measure their importance, or their importance is measured by, for example, search engines, by how big they are. So if they keep the job advertisements, they become more important. So we believe this is the reason why they are keeping the obsolete job advertisements still in the website. If we apply a parameter, so this is arbitrary, but if we assume that a particular job advertisement, even if it's present online, it is obsolete, yeah, after a certain period of time, then we get a better time series. Yeah? So what you see on the left is the stock that was built based on the figures that we have for new job advertisements, where we assume that the job advertisement with more than 180 days is obsolete. Okay. So of course this limit could be decreased. We could assume that a job advertisement after 3 months is probably obsolete, and the employee is actually not looking for a person anymore. Yeah. One last thing that we have done, and I think actually we have done this yesterday, so it's quite recent. Of course, that we are analyzing with our colleagues from labor market statistics. A job vacancy rate is quite important in labor market analysis, so we have made a comparison. So what you can see here is the job vacancy rate is in a dark orange. I hope this is what the colors I see are the same that you see. So in dark orange, the job vacancy rate as is published. These are quarterly data, so you see some more splined chart. So this is quarterly data because job vacancy statistics have a frequency, a quarterly frequency. And you can see the drop in the second quarter 2020 resulted from the lockdown. You see the in gray the job the flow, so the new job advertisements published. You do see this peak in the beginning, then a big drop. So there is this big question about why do we have a peak? We don't observe this in the job vacancy rate. And then in yellow, it's a measure of the stock using the 180 days parameter for considering a job advertisement as obsolete. And you see that the time series somehow a match. Also in terms of the magnitude of the drop, this is it matches quite well. So I have an hypothesis why there was such an increase. What I think that we should analyze in the future, and this is thankfully because we have applied these methods to stabilize the time series and have some time comparability over time on the number, on the totals of job advertisements. I think finally now we can start doing this kind of analysis, and I think that what in the future we will do is try to understand if job advertisements somehow are a lead indicator for the demand in the labor market, in the sense that we observe changes in job advertisements before we see it affecting the job vacancy statistics. So this is pure speculation on my side. I wish we could test it. Maybe we're going to find methods to test it. I wonder if this was maybe a certain increased tendency that was there in the market that somehow then was broken because of the lockdown of COVID. And this may be the reason why we see an increase there that afterwards, of course, it was never reflected in the job vacancy rate. So meaning that what I mean with all of this, what is implicit is that it might be the case that employers started advertising before they actually take a decision of recruiting or not. So they start gathering CVs before actually start recruiting. This is simply an hypothesis that I think we need to test in the future. Thankfully, now we can start doing that because we have some stable time series. So, of course, I went very quickly. I hope that this was understandable in broad terms, these two developments. They're going to be presented at the New Technology Techniques for Statistics conference in March 2023. You can find the link to the website there, and of course, afterwards, there will be some papers published with a description of the methods in more detail that were applied. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope that there are still some time for questions.
Thank you very much, Fernando, for first of all joining at short notice this webinar, and then for presenting very, very recent updates, and for this focus, very technical, detailed focus on the OGA gold standard for occupations and the OGA time series. So with also the coming conference where these novelties, let's say, are going to be presented. Since we are really running out of time, I'd like just to suggest participants to please write their comments and questions in the chat box. Okay, we have one question here. Maybe if Fernando, you managed to give a quick response in 1 minute, would it be possible? So this is Egine Manasyan from Armenia. So she is saying, I assume that the accuracy rate at ISCO 4-digit 44.9% is because of some codes being complex, being partially covered. Am I right?
So the task of extracting the occupation from a job advertisement is indeed complex. In particular, we have 400 different classes to do it. There are several reasons. Mauro, you can complete me. I mean, the person who develops such algorithms is actually Mauro, so he knows better. I think there are several reasons. One that I can think of is that the classification is actually done with from the job title and not from the job description. And we did find cases, believe it or not, where there was an inconsistency. So the experts have used the information that was in the job description, or they use both. So it's up to the expert actually to do it, but it's natural that they use the additional information that they find in a job description to decide on the occupation. Another thing that I have heard from the experts is that they have relied a lot on the level of education required to decide on the occupation, which is something that the algorithm right now is not doing. So it's quite some help, I would say. So I don't know, Mauro, if you want to complete.
Sure. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you.
Not more than 1 minute.
Okay, another couple of points to add to Fernando. First of all, the ambiguity. For example, with one only expert, it's very difficult to understand if the algorithm is right or the expert is right. So, more good practices to annotate the data with more than one expert. And the second, about the ambiguity in the data and the ambiguity in the ESCO classification. For example, one Java developer could be classified as a software developer, application developer, developer, and all these type of title are right, but of course the algorithm makes one only decision.
Thank you very much, Mauro. So we don't have additional questions now in the chat box. Therefore, we really thank you very much, Fernando, for sharing this these very recent updates, and for giving us a really very important new perspectives about the work that has to be done further in making OGA data compatible, let's say, with indispensable statistical standards. So that was really very useful, that we need to take this into consideration as well on our side of the project. So I'd like then to pass the floor immediately to our next speaker, who actually should have done his presentation before. And this is our colleague from South Africa, Simfiwe Ntuli. He is from Jet Education Services, and he's going to present a concrete case, South Africa, the PSET Cloud, an innovative and cooperative approach to data interoperability for better decisions in the worlds of education and work. I want to thank you, Simfiwe, for your flexibility and for staying longer. And please, the floor is yours. Many thanks.
Thanks, Eduardo, and hi to everybody else again. So I'll just be sharing my screen quickly. Share screen. I think this is the right one. Share. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, the PSET Cloud is basically a South African initiative that is also trying to make an effort in resolving the issues of supply and demand using data, more specifically data interoperability with the key role players in the post-school education and training system in South Africa. That would be, your employers, your education and training providers, and your quality councils. But before I can even go make a deep dive and talk about the PSET Cloud, I would also just like to give context first around what's happening in South Africa, because once you understand the context, then you'll have a better understanding of why the development of the PSET Cloud. So basically, the first slide that you're looking at is the table of content, what I'll be taking you through. Section 1, which will look at South Africa today, and then section 2 will look at the post-school space today, why the PSET Cloud, that's section 3, and then section 4 is how it works. And then section 5, I think for the sake of time, I won't share the video or the demo, I'll just end it at how it works. And then South Africa today. So as it stands in the country now from an employment perspective, and these stats were released like 2 to 3 weeks back. So these stats are fairly recent. You've got a national unemployment rate, which was for Q3, which is sitting at 32.9%. So that's quite a high number when you compare it to most of the European countries, which are sitting at single digits. I've got a colleague that stays in Japan at mid-COVID, when COVID was at its peak, when people, were being retrenched. I think they were sitting at 5 to 6%. When she told me that, I was like, what? That's taboo, a single-digit unemployment number. And actually, that's what made me then start paying attention to the unemployment rates of other countries. To my surprise, you've got a lot of other countries that are sitting on single-digit numbers. But here we are in South Africa, we've got 32.9%. So that's pretty quite high compared to any other country that has a single-digit number. And then looking at this, you also have your expanded unemployment rate, which now includes the people that are possibly discouraged and no longer looking for work, or basically have any other reasons why they're no longer looking for work. But this also just paints a bigger picture and a frightening picture, which is worse than the actual national unemployment number. This one is sitting at 43.1%. So you can see that that's also quite high, again, compared to other countries that have single-digit numbers. Okay, sorry. And then here you've got, okay, I should have changed this, so it says 43%, but excuse that. This shows you the youth unemployment rate in the country. So if you just look at the screenshot itself, instead of the text above it, you'll see that it says aged between 15 and 24, that's sitting at 59.6. And then aged between 25 and 34, that's sitting at 40.5%. Again, just indicating how high the unemployment rate in South Africa is. So we've got a lot of youth that are sitting and are idle at home. And then outside of youth, you've also got quite a significant amount of people that are sitting and not being active participants of the economy. So moving past that, I'll then show a picture of the PSET space in South Africa, the post-school education and training space. So as it stands, you've got your three players, your issuers, your holders, and your verifiers. And currently they are fragmented. It's a siloed space. People have data sets that they are sitting with, but they are not sharing those data sets with your other institutions for those data sets to be used to better assist citizens within the country to make informed decisions. You've got your issuers, which is mainly comprised of your training providers, but it doesn't necessarily include, rather, let me just say the presence of your employers is not as much as it should be. And then if you look at your, if you look at your holders there, you've got them not necessarily having control over the data that they originally have, the data that belongs to them. So that data is still sitting with your central authorities, and we know what the issues with that are. Of late, we've had many instances where big corporations have been hacked, and personal data that belongs to people has been sold to the black market, and then from the black market, people buy it and use that data for means that should not be the case. And then you've got your verifiers, which basically focuses on your quality councils. You've got SAQA, which basically is responsible for the national qualification framework in South Africa. And you've got other quality councils like your QCTO that are responsible for the trades. But going back to SAQA and the national qualifications councils, the main issue we have there is that the articulation how do I put this? The articulation of your credentials that are not necessarily formal, but fall outside of your formal space is not really that great within the NQF. So if you've got skills that fall in your informal and your non-formal labor space, you won't really find that articulation quite well in the NQF. So these are just largely the main issues that we have in South Africa. But I mean, and then also you've got manual processes, very manual processes, which, make for increased turnaround times if you need to get your qualifications. And then on top of that, you've got paper-based. We're still very paper-based in the country. And the challenges with that is it's susceptible to fraud. We've got a lot of high profile politicians that have been found to have qualifications, or rather to claim that they've got qualifications from certain prestige institutions, but only to find out at a later stage that actually, no, that's a lie, you know, and then obviously they have to face the consequences. So we've got a number of these issues that need to be addressed in the country. And just to sum up what I just said with regards to the challenges that we're facing in South Africa and in the PSA cloud, you've got a high unemployment rate, you've got a fragmented and siloed post-school education and training space, you've got manual processes, you've got slow turnaround times due to the manual processes. You also have issues of fraudulent credentials because we're still highly paper-based. And then you've got limited articulation from the NQF based on skills that have been acquired outside of the formal space. That's your informal and non-formal labor space. And then you've got, you know, citizens that have limited control over their credentials. So those are the main challenges that we have in the country. So I think that's a good enough context to kind of paint the picture of where we are. And then keeping that in mind, then the PSA cloud was thought of by Jet and Mercita. Mercita is the early adopter and also the funder. It's also a national institution in South Africa that's responsible for your manufacturing, your engineering, etc., etc. So they're the main funder for the PSA cloud. And basically the picture that you're seeing now is the theory of change. This is the document that gave birth to the PSA cloud. And the reason why it's there is the first two lines basically sum the goal of the PSA cloud. If you read the impact statement, it states that South African citizens make informed labor market decisions that lead to increased employment in line with the National Development Plan targets. And then you've got the goal, and the goal is to use data from the PSA cloud platform. Data from the PSA cloud platform facilitates improved alignment between supply and demand. So essentially, those are just the main points that we are trying to address with the PSA cloud. Now, the PSA cloud basically has 4 focus areas. You've got your opportunity matching, whereby we're going to have a marketplace where you've got your employers and your learners. Your learners come and get jobs from your employers, and then your employers get candidates that are suitably qualified for the vacancies that they're advertising. And also what we like to emphasize there, which is also something that I saw in the paper that I was reading with regards to supply side data, it spoke of moving away from collecting entire CVs in order to use to better match your job seekers with the suppliers. So it spoke of, you know, focusing on skills rather than the whole CV. And I agreed with that as well. So that's also just another positive takeaway from that particular paper. The same thing will apply with the PSA cloud. We're looking to take advantage of, you know, your new technologies, such as your AI and your ML, machine learning, to do the matching itself, but focusing on the skills that are provided by the learners and the skills that are required from by the employers. And then we've also got another component, which is your labor market trends analysis, basically, which highlights your labor market trends, which I think is something that we spoke of at length today, and also we've spoken about in the previous workshop. And this is also where entities like your Lightcast come into the picture, because I think you guys are experts in this space, and we definitely could do with your help. Just to point out as well, in terms of where we are, in terms of developing the PSA cloud, we had your first round of development, which didn't really give us the results that we wanted. So we're going to go to the second round of development, and the terms of reference is going to be produced not too long from now. And then once that's produced, then it's going to be circulated and people can bid to assist us to build this ambitious system. And then we've got the third component, which is your credentialing and your verification of credentials. Again, I mentioned that you've got manual processes in the country. So we're looking to assist with the automation of the credential processes. Hence, we've got the involvement of your SAQA, and we've got your involvement of your quality councils, because from a credentialing perspective of credentials, those two entities are the main players. So if we have them on board, then they will assist us in making sure that what we have in terms of credentialing and verification of credentials is as it should be, and obviously it will be automated. And then we've got also your development of learning pathways. This was also quite key because if you're going to have a marketplace in a system where you're going to match employers and your job seekers, you'll find that you'll find some job seekers that don't necessarily match quite well with the vacancies that are advertised by job seekers. So based on the percentage match between your job seeker and your employer, will then inform the job seeker to say, look, you are applying, or there's a vacancy that's on the system that you have the potential to qualify for, but because your skills match is not as it should be, we recommend that you take this learning pathway, and then once done, hopefully you will upskill yourself and get the necessary skills so that in future, when a future vacancy similar to this one that was advertised is available, you can be, better matched for that. So that's where the development of learning pathway comes in. It's basically to make sure that if there are job seekers that don't have the right match, or if the percentage is not as high as it should be, let's say ballpark amount is 80%, if it's sitting at 40 to 50%, then we can recommend different learning pathways that can assist with the upskilling of that particular individual. And then we've also got the recognition of prior learning. And the reason why we have this as a component in the PSEC Cloud is that we acknowledge the fact that skills and learning is not something that only happens in the formal space. We've got people that are very active in the informal space and have acquired skills that can actually help them better their lives, or skills that they can use to feed themselves, in future and in their life. So basically what we want also within the PSEC Cloud is to take those role players that have skills that are acquired in your informal space or non-formal space to also be able to still get credentials, So we look at you as an individual who's operating in a space that's informal or non-formal. You've got the skills that are required by employers. We want to then be able to assist you with making sure that you can at least get credentials that will vouch for you to say, yes, you have those skills, regardless of the fact that you acquired those skills in a non-formal or informal space. So that's basically the 4 or 5 rather focus areas of the PSEC Cloud. And then how it works, basically we use SSI, self-sovereign identity. And the reason why that's being used is because I think we've touched on the issue of privacy today to highlight the fact that, there's a big turnaround, or there's a big shift in the world where we want to go, where users now manage and own their own data, Yes, there are some instances where users can't really own their own data because, let's say, your ID, those IDs are provided by your Home Affairs, but nonetheless, you still need to be able to manage that yourself. If somebody needs to access your credentials, they need to ask permissions from you, and then you can share those credentials, as opposed to have a central authority that has your credentials, and when their systems are compromised, then your data goes to the black market and it's sold for other nefarious reasons. But also we've seen with cases like your Cambridge Analytica, where people's data on Facebook was sold and then later on used to target them, to sway them to vote in a different direction. So there's many use cases, or rather cases, that we've seen in the past couple of years where people's personal data and privacy was violated. So because we kept that in mind, and we've also been doing our research, we realized that we could possibly deploy self-sovereign identity and the principles that come with self-sovereign identity that basically allow users to, manage their own data. And basically to do that, we allow them to create wallets in the system. And then once they've got their wallets, then they can manage, their credentials. They can store whichever credentials they have, be it their qualifications, their driver's license, their IDs, any credentials that they need to store, they'll keep there. And then if anybody needs to have access, or rather view those credentials, then they can grant access. And then we're hoping to take it as far as revoking access. So if you are to grant access, you can grant it for a period of time, those type of things. So that's basically the SSI that's in play in the PSEC Cloud. And then obviously it uses blockchain, and then SSI basically is it takes advantage of blockchain basically. And the framework that's been used is the sovereign framework for the blockchain that's in play in the PSET cloud. And we're being assisted in this regard by a service provider called DIDX. They are one of the few players in the country in South Africa that actually are experts around self-sovereign identity. We really struggled to find service providers that had experience with regards to using blockchain. And the reason why we opted to go the blockchain route is because of its immutable benefits. Again, remember I had mentioned above that we've got a lot of people who claim to have certain credentials that have found to be fake. So now with blockchain, we know that any credential that is on the chain, we know that the chances of that being fake are limited or reduced significantly, because you can then verify that with all the other members in the blockchain. And then we also are using interoperability to interoperate with all the other role players within the post-school education and training space. Like we said, we're talking to our quality councils, we are talking to employers, we are talking to your education and training providers, those key role players that make a difference in the post-school education and training space. We are talking to them. We're looking to sign memorandums with all the key players. We've locked down a memorandum of agreement with your QCTO, which is one of the few quality councils that we have. We're also looking to have a memorandum signed right now with what's this one big initiative that is spearheaded by the presidency. We're busy discussing with them, but we're also talking to, again, SAQA to see if we can sign a memorandum, but our discussions there are at an advanced stage. So from an advocacy perspective and establishing relationships with the different key role players in South Africa, I think we've made great progress there. So yeah, that's the whole point of interoperability. But again, there's other points now where we'll need to scrape data, as you guys have been talking about scraping today, because remember, we're looking to provide labor market insights to the citizens of South Africa to say, what are the trends that are happening in the labor market? What's going to happen in 5 years' time? What has happened in the previous 5 years' time? What's no longer in demand? Which will also help, your education and training institutions to better provide courses or qualifications that speak to what's needed in the labor market. Because right now, we still really don't have a central place where people can go. Or if we do have, it's not as real-time as we'd like it to be, which speaks to the next point, real-time. We're looking at your real-time data that's going to be in the system. I heard Mario, I think it was this engagement as well. And there was somebody else who spoke to the nature of real-time collection of data. And it was mentioned, I wrote down notes around that to say, you guys scrape data on a regular basis, but in terms of representing that data, it happens, I think, once a month, because you still have to go and consolidate and analyze that data. So basically, yeah, we've taken a lot of notes. And like I said, you've got the data sets then that will pull also from all the different stakeholders, and then you'll ingest it onto the system, and then you'll have, the tools that will be in place, your AI and your machine learning that will do what it needs to do, and then you'll have to interface that data to the relevant and the different stakeholders. So I think, yeah, basically in a nutshell, that's the PSET Cloud. It's a very ambitious project that's happening in South Africa. We're still trying to, develop the minimum viable product. And like I said, we're gonna put out the terms of reference, probably late December, if not late December, early Jan. So yeah, you guys are more than welcome to keep an eye on that and see how far we can take this. Thank you very much. Now I need to.
Thanks very much, Sifua, for your flexibility and for doing this presentation in a very efficient manner. And we got this kind of very good overview of, first of all, yes, as you said, an ambitious system. And it's ambitious because it tries also to be like an ecosystem in a way, where things are interconnected and the different angles are all present, and where you are also using technologies such as blockchain. And so naturally this makes the system or the scale of the system ambitious. So let me just repeat. So the system, the ecosystem, as I'm calling myself, is composed of 5 most important functions. Let's say opportunity matching, labor market trends, analysis, data, then credential verification, credentialing and credential verification, automated, development of learning pathways or proposal of learning pathways also, and recognition of prior learning. So these are all very substantial parts of an education, training, qualifications, demand supply system in any country. And you have really tried to take it in a very broad, comprehensive manner. Maybe next time you will also inform us, and I hope you will stay connected with this community when you have indeed some additional developments or information further on how you are starting the construction of all this very important ecosystem. And thanks for starting the presentation by mentioning why all this, and the data, the figures on unemployment, youth unemployment were really very important and justify this very important investment and dream in a way. I don't know if there are any comments or questions immediately. So we have Egine who says, let's say, appreciates, yes, the South African case is an exceptional one indeed. And so, yeah, thank you for delivering this information. Mr. Alia Mohamed Abdallah is interested in having your presentation. Maybe if you could also share with us the link or so to the video, to the demo, would be really great. People have some time then to look and see more in detail how it is, let's say, constructed or conceived. I don't know if colleagues from the experts team want to say something, want to share. Thank you very much, Cynthia, for sharing the YouTube video. Thank you. Any comments additional from maybe from Mauro, from Simone, or anyone from the team?
I think it is a very interesting and ambitious project, and so we are in touch with the team, and also I think it's so it will be a very good and fantastic project and tool.
Thank you. Okay, so let us then. I just wanted to ask if you want to add any final words, maybe to your presentation, or any comment you would like here to share here with us, also related to these webinars, and what could be done also in the future that would help you, let's say.
So I think we are, so what we've realized is we are failing forward. There's a lot of failure, but there's a lot of lessons as well that we are learning from the failure. And I think the discussions around data have been very useful, and, you know, highlighting also again in the paper that I saw, which basically speaks of, you know, getting the supply side data has proven to be challenging, and those are things that we can relate to as well. Just dealing with people's personal data is not the easiest thing to do. You know, we've had to speak to Mercita Legal, who's our our funder and our early adopter, who have and house a whole lot of data which we're looking to use as an early adopter. But when it came to the time where we needed to access the data, you know, we then had to be redirected to legal, and legal said, well, we are the custodians of this data, but we don't really own it. So we need to make sure that we get the permission from the people that actually own this data. So the things that were discussed today are quite relevant, and not even just today, throughout the whole, workshops that we've had. Unfortunately, I've partaken in 2 of them, but I think from the 2 engagements that I've had, everything that has been said has been relevant and have touched on some of the challenges that we're facing. So I'm personally looking forward to more engagements from you guys, because you guys are helping entities like your PSA Cloud. I saw a use case there in Kenya, and other entities that are in the space that are using the insights from you guys. Mario, I know I've been engaging with you for a very long time, since last year, inviting you guys to come present and assist us just to shed the light. And I think such is needed, because there's a lot of value that is received and we gain. My notebook here is full of tons of notes that we've received. So I think, again, to you guys from Lightcast and everybody that presented, even the presentation that was shared before this one, the European Commission, there's a lot of insights that were learned there. And in my head, I was thinking, I just didn't ask the question, but from the European Commission, I know there's also the EBSI, which is your European blockchain. So I just wanted to figure out, not to say I'm asking the question now, but I couldn't help but wonder if there's any close relationships or any work that they're doing together. But maybe that's a question I can ask offline. But again, you see the way that I was sitting there drawing, looking at the similarities between the different systems and the platforms and how each and everything links to one another. I think it's quite valuable information, and the more engagements or training sessions you have like this, the more we can learn and the more we can make the world a better place, because essentially what you guys are doing is you are giving us information that can assist us in making the world a better place. So I think kudos to you and your team. You guys are doing amazing stuff, and continue to doing that. And we're looking forward to partake and just making sure that we give our inputs, and I'll definitely keep in touch. If there's any updates, we'll definitely do that. But again, to you guys, if you guys could just pay attention to what we produce from a TOR and see if you guys can assist us, because we are looking for assistance as well. And we definitely could work with you and anybody here who is got the skill to assist us to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for these final words, for this freshness from Africa, fresh spirit, full of courage and really readiness to solve, to go ahead, to move forward. Really, thank you very much for mentioning making the world a better place. There is no better way to finish this webinar. Thank you very, very much. And I will send, of course, a big thank you to James for allowing you to be here with us. I will now conclude then our training and capacity development program just with 1 minute. So we will send you all, of course, a thank you message in which we will summarize a number of elements of what we have learned and again, all sources, the different links that have been shared today, and very important for you to follow up. We will also send you very synthetic presentation of the main tools, software tools that have been used or demonstrated, and more than that also in these sessions and throughout the program. This can be very useful for those of you who are more technical, let's say, and would like to try. And you will also receive a very short survey for evaluation of the program. And thanks for the contributions. Thanks in advance for your responses through that survey. So a big thank you to our interpreters. They stayed longer today to help us all communicate. Really a very, very big thank you. Big thank you, of course, to Erica and Julia for moderating, for producing these webinars, and for all the work they do then in the background. And of course, a big thank you to Mauro, to Anna, and to Simone, who are present. So the other colleagues have left. And finally, of course, also big thank you to Sylvia from ETF, who is also supporting the organization of these webinars. Naturally, as always, I kindly ask you, if you don't mind, to please open your cameras for this sort of family photo, if it's okay. And best wishes to everybody. We are nearing the end of the year, so we can only wish peace. First of all, peace. We really need peace and healing, and yes, that we construct a better world, as Sifio was wishing to all of us. So please, if you want everybody to open the camera, then we do a screenshot. And you all look great after these inspiring conversations today. Anna, please, yes, okay. Anthony, thank you. You have been constant participants. You deserve a diploma.
Asante sana.
Asante sana to you. Thank you very much. We will also try to send you certificates for your participation and throughout this learning process. Thank you very much. It's really, really a pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you so much. And and in advance, may I also already wish a happy 2023. Well, hopefully it will be a better one.
Merry Christmas in advance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you,
everybody.
everybody.
Bye.
And I hope that soon Sergey will stop writing because it's no longer needed. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you for this inspiring.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Asante. I have to come visit you there in Kenya.